I'm glad we could come to such a satisfying conclusion. Alright. Get rid of that. Get rid of that.
I can't see anything. Is that supposed to be like that?
Well, you don't have a
don't have a
token on
token
this
yet.
map anymore, mister.
Yeah, mister.
You just have to deal with the darkness.
Are you a woman?
You can't just ask people if they're a woman, Colby.
Are you gonna do a woman voice?
Actually, I think
Gonna do a woman
nowadays
voice, faggot?
It is.
I think so.
No, I think it. I mean, today I think it is nice to ask.
No, you have to ask, what do you identify as, not, are you a woman? The way he phrased that, that'll get you in trouble.
You a woman? Spits on the ground.
Ugh.
Yeah, doesn't Canada have some laws about that shit?
Are you a woman? Are you gonna be using your woman voice tonight? Or your man voice?
I've been looking for a new Discord kitten.
Oh,
I'll be well.
Can you talk in your woman voice for me?
I've been looking for a new Discord kitten.
Really hope you've been recording this, Alex.
And depending on how tonight goes with your woman voice, you might be added to the roster.
Also, I agree with Mouse sharing much
Holy shit.
Anyways, are you
Don't do a woman voice.
So about to order a custom waifu pillow.
You get to see the secret
Depends
channels.
on how good your woman voice is.
Well,
Express order. I hope it's as good as Nate's woman voice. He does a very convincing one.
he does, doesn't he?
Look, I lived in the barracks once.
Ah, yes, the military, famed for having women in it.
Just close your eyes. I'll pretend to be her, bro.
With your eyes closed, man ass feels like woman ass, right?
Just a little bit fuzzier.
Just a little bit fuzzier. Alright, you guys ready
I've
to play?
made the terrible realization. Femboy pussy, just man ass.
As I sit alone in my goon camp.
Okay, no, that one, no, that should stay at 3 a.m. No more of that.
No more of that. Oh
Yo,
no.
Steel, have you been on r/Goon Cave?
I just said that should stay at 3 a.m. Colby.
What I do at 3 a.m. is none of your business. Alright. Sober up. Let's go.
Says you.
Alright. Last time. What the fuck are you doing?
Off to a good start.
Bro just like walks out here and snaps his finger at me and then walks away. Do you get it?
Intimidation tactic.
Alright. Steel, I'm echoing through your microphone. Last time on
Three
Pathfinder.
snaps going across the body.
Guess
No,
you should stop echoing then, fucking nerd.
I'm gonna kill you. Come up with a new character concept.
Oh,
You
no,
almost
Nate, I
did
the
last
thing.
time. I wouldn't be surprised.
I did the thing, Nate, where you snap and open up into finger guns.
Speaking of last time on Pathfinder, our group of sordid adventurers, after losing Goratrix, followed his tracks down a riverbank, encountering a group of people riding insects and fighting giant bears. After assisting them in this combat, they took a small break in order to converse and maybe rest a little. They spoke with Jarl Dralti about what he was doing in the Gafaran Wald, and they were invited to his house if they ever make it to the country of Masalan. After that, they continued their search for Goratrix and came across a small shed with a cauldron in the middle, which showed some rather harrowing things to our party. But Led was able to see that Goratrix was about to get absolutely gangbanged by like 8 treants before he was eventually saved by the horse of a new companion, Gareth. Our group met up, returned to the shed, saw some more horrible things. 2 of our friends got knocked out, and left again in order to search for the reason that Gareth was in the forest to begin with, a small child. We left off last time with the gates of an undead encampment closing behind Gareth and Emma as they entered it to search for said child. So we pick up Gareth, Emma. In front of you are a number of skeletons and wraithly figures wandering around. 2 of these, a wraith and a skeleton that kind of seems more put together, have been standing and staring at you for a little bit now. You had a small conversation. And that's where we'll pick off.
Did I just hear they had a conversation with the undead?
Yeah.
They're quite pleasant.
But yeah.
And there is message is a cantrip for you, right, Goratrix?
Hmm?
Message is a cantrip for you?
Let me check. Also, still, I was going to say lively, but yeah, that works too.
They are not lively.
Yeah, cantrip works.
Okay. So you're just going to keep that message channel open while I'm in here?
Yeah.
Okay.
You'll hear me monologuing about if the trees are more angry over here right now.
Oh, that's right.
Okay.
That's the last thing you did, was you went and put your hand on a tree.
Yep.
Fucking weirdo.
Emma's gonna go insane from Goratrix constantly blathering in her ear.
Emma doesn't need that to go insane.
Led is napping on the horse.
Yes. Lead and
Well-
Bloop are both unconscious.
Well, Gareth, I believe this is your conversation.
Yes, my friends. So you were going to show us to the little girl that you have taken into your care, yes? I say to the skeletons.
The skelly wraiths.
Yeah.
The Skelerace. Hold on. I gotta check my notes.
By the way, I forgot what the little girl's name was.
Hmm.
Start with an R.
Maybe you should
Ruri,
check your notes.
Rye or Dan. Yeah, I sure have that.
The Wraith responds to you. Perhaps. We are not yet convinced that you are not one of the men she claims was after her.
I
Wouldn't
see.
she be able to look at us and be able to tell you that?
Perhaps.
Did she specify what race or I guess, type of group it was that was chasing her? Bandits or soldiers or monsters of some description?
Well, she said men, but she seemed nervous for some reason. Ever since she got here, I can't imagine why. A skeleton, like, walks behind, falls apart, reconstitutes, and walks again.
Seems rather pleasant to me.
Well, if she said that men were following her, perhaps I could ask on his behalf.
Oh, that would be very kind of you, Emma.
Perhaps. There is the matter of... You said you were... associated with the Titan Rexald?
No.
No? You said you were
I
from
live-
his dominion.
I spent the last few years of my life living in a nation that gives him their fealty. But I don't represent him.
Give me a persuasion diplomacy check.
Diplomancy.
A diplomacy check, if you would.
Diplomancy.
Ah.
Goodbye.
Uh,
Goodbye.
Diplomancy. 6, you say? Hold on, let me check to make sure that doesn't beat her charisma score. Doesn't seem to. Alright. I'm not entirely convinced by this. And I'm also not entirely convinced that you're not some sort of Clippian spy. Which means we can't have you wandering around the camp. Captain Shen? And then the skeleton that's been standing next to her just kind of nods. And then shrugs, and then nods again.
Yeah.
The gentleman here is here to help this little girl. If you don't believe us, but you're not entirely sure, then escort and observe us. And if you're dissatisfied, and if the little girl is also dissatisfied, then I suppose there'd be nothing left to keep us as your guests.
Very well, you'll have to surrender your weapons and submit to blindfold.
Let's see. And we'll just sort of look around at the sheer number of people here. Does Gareth say anything?
Well, I suppose since we are in your encampment, we have no choice, and seeing as you have us completely surrounded, I'm sure if you wanted to do something to us, you would have by now, so I accept.
Who says I haven't?
Huh?
At this, Shen just kind of like waves his hand through the wraith's like spectral figure in like a stop it motion. And the wraith like fizzles a little bit and settles down. Two figures, or a group approaches you of 3 skeletons and more... It's got a physical body, but it's also got these like tendrils of witch light coming off the bone. And this figure reaches with a hand out for your weapons.
Okay. I will give them my falchion and my long. Well, my longsword is silver. Will that hurt them if they touch it?
That's a good question. But do you just hand it to them?
I present it to them. My longsword, my warhammer, and my javelins.
All right. Just mark that they're not carried on your sheet. So he takes them one at a time, and when he closes his hand around the silver longsword, it like backs away for a second, and does this motion because it doesn't have any eyes in its sockets. It rolls its head to make it look like it's rolling its eyes, and then it comes back with some like forge working gloves and grabs the silvered sword and takes that and gives it off to the other two. Emma. They're looking at you. They want your weapons.
Yeah, Emma only has one weapon.
Yep.
Emma just crosses her arms and says, if you think that this one axe will make the difference as to whether or not you can defend yourselves from me, then the axe is irrelevant in either case.
And my axe.
You're not very cooperative, are you?
This is apparently a family heirloom, and it is one weapon.
Stops to consider this. The Wraith goes to say something, but the captain makes a gesture. And then inclines his head. And the Wraith listens for a second and then turns and says, "If you won't give up the weapon, will you consent to being manacled?"
Yes.
Okay. This same figure comes up. These manacles are like, they're big and heavy, but they're also kind of rusted and like not well kept. And this spectral skeleton, clamps them onto your wrists behind your back.
Okay.
He also makes a motion like, "What do we do about the wings?" And the captain just shrugs.
The only thing that these will do is allow me to leave. They're not... I can't fight with them. If you're really so concerned about them.
None of them look convinced. But they put their blindfolds on you, which they're like this linen cloth. It's kind of see-through. You get the idea that these guys don't often have living prisoners.
Yeah.
They put a blindfold on you too, Gareth. And then you feel yourself... you feel a bony hand take yours. And just kind of like clasp it. And then you feel... Emma, you feel someone like a spectral...
Oh my, holding hands already? How lewd.
Emma, you feel like a spectral hand push into your shoulder to kind of direct you where to go.
Okay.
And the two of you are led. You kind of like trudge along through the camp. You hear like the clack and rattle of bones and metal. Every once in a while you hear like a whoo just off in the distance.
Spooky.
I'll make an effort to limit my tail swing on the side that I feel somebody touching my shoulder to not keep whapping it with my tail.
Yeah, every time it goes through, it's like walking through spider webs sensation, and it's really cold. But you guys are led through this encampment. You lose message.
Okay.
And so you walk probably for about 20 minutes or so before they stop. You are pushed into a tent. You can tell because the light changes. And then your blindfolds are removed. And Captain Shen is in the tent with you. The wraith is nowhere to be seen. There are a few. You can kind of feel a few skeletons standing outside, and Captain Shen, wearing better armor than most of the other skeletons you saw, kind of looks between the two of you, and then gives you like a hand sign to just like sit down and wait.
Okay.
Is there something to sit on?
No. These guys don't do a lot of sitting. This tent is like, there's a table with a map on it, and there's a little chest in the back of the tent. It's like a medium-sized tent. You can stand up in it, but you get the sensation that like it's starting to get pretty crowded already. Like, is the way it feels.
Trying to keep my wings out of people's way.
Yeah, there's holes in the side through which you can see skeletons, and it's mostly skeletons and ghosts. You don't see any zombies or anything. Like moving around and clacking. Shen like gives you like this symbol to like sit down and wait, and then he starts rummaging around through the chest in the back of the room.
I sit down, crisscross applesauce.
Can't trust motherfuckers named Chris. If they crossed applesauce, who knows what they'll do to you.
Words of
There's
wisdom.
Emma
They
will
want to
just
sit down.
Emma will roll her shoulders and sort of like do a small flex with one wing to sort of like, because probably going to start to get cramped in here. And
Yeah.
say, I would sit if there was something to sit on.
Shen kind of looks over his shoulder, nods. There's like that as the joints in his neck move. And he actually pulls out like a small kind of, just like a little stool that folds up. It's got like a nice cushion, and he like lays it out for you.
Yeah, Emma will have a seat and then say, such a gentleman.
Shen goes, "Many thanks. I appreciate it. Don't tell Liz I talked to you. She gets..."
Of course. I have heard nothing.
Wonderful. One moment. And he goes back to
Hey,
rummaging through the chest.
How do you talk without any lips?
How do you talk without a brain? Same answer.
Now.
Gareth starts to think very hard about this. How
But you
do I
watch...
talk without a brain.
You watch as Shen kind of... he lays down like a wooden flat on the table to cover the map, and then he brings out a tea set through which he starts boiling tea, and some cups for you guys. And he just, unless you press him, he's just kind of quiet, making this tea, kind of checking on you guys.
Is it alright if we ask you some questions? Or at least myself. I have some idle curiosities.
Please. There's not been much conversation this past year.
Oh, well. If you have any questions for me, then by all means, I'd be willing to sate your curiosity as well. How... this is the first time I've been in this forest. Are you also stuck in this forest?
Until orders change, yes. You know there's a war going on, right?
I've heard conflicting information on that myself.
I mean, with the way orders are coming, me too. No, we're stuck here until either Silvata surrenders or Morale dies. So, the former, probably.
When was the last time you received orders?
And he just kind of, like, thinks. 6 months ago, give or take.
Well, how fortunate. I was worried for a moment that maybe you had been forgotten out here, but it sounds like you are very much still
No-
serving.
No, orders come directly into my brain instantly.
Mm.
So,
Neat.
to go 6 months without orders is distressing.
Hey, do you guys not are you not susceptible to getting lost in this forest like we are? We've been trying to find our way through for well, who knows how long now, and we can't seem to make much headway.
We were gifted with we managed to kill a treant and keep its body alive so that Morale could use it as a compass for us. So no.
Oh,
Silvada's
I see.
domain can be difficult to navigate, I know, but
Oh, unfortunately, we haven't thought to do anything quite like that, and we've just been lost.
I've heard there is a trick from one of Dracomir's agents in the forest. You have to envision what you want to do and where you want to do it, or something along those lines.
Ah, yes, we accidentally made an observation that something similar to that was causing things to happen, but I don't think we quite nailed it down as a method so much as an accident.
oh, that's exactly the trick we used to arrive at this destination.
That is true.
You envisioned finding a little girl?
Yes, I as I said before, I was asked by her parents to come find her. She'd gone missing in these woods, presumably.
I see. Well, I must ask, how is the war outside this demi-plane?
There is very little war to be spoken of south of the forest.
What do you mean?
There is I wouldn't say there's really a war going on so much as a dedicated effort to find and eliminate the faithful.
The faithful? What's...
Those
Oh,
who
we-
dedicate a part of their time in life to a god instead of a titan.
We heard something about these god things. They cropped up. One of them, a guy with a spear and a bunch of people showed up outside the camp maybe 3 months ago. Claimed to be a god and demanded that we let him in, and so that we could take in his refugees. Obviously,
I see
we
no-
didn't say yes.
There was a distinct lack of refugees.
Yes, I'm
I,
not sure what the Clippians are up to with this whole god talk, but I'm not interested.
But that's the only real conflict I know of south of the forest. At least in the lands that owe their fealty to Rexalt.
You keep saying this. Silvada and Odious aren't at war anymore?
Not that I'm aware of. There's certainly no great armies moving around, not like yours.
What?
If there is a conflict, they're doing it in secret.
He stops for a second. He opens his hand. He gives the two of you your tea, and then he says, "What year is it?"
She says whatever year.
He's just quiet.
At least that's the year that I
Awkward.
left when I entered this forest.
Are you sure your sense of time hasn't been affected by the forest?
That's not a calendar I've ever heard of, but I know it shouldn't be that high a number.
Perhaps if you tell me what what year you believe it is. I can try to help make the difference.
It should be. The year should be. It should be the 5th cycle of the Moralin calendar.
Given my addiction to reading books, can I convert that to give him like a, hey, this is how many cycles is between your date and mine?
I'm gonna have to make you roll for it. You
Okay.
can tell right now it's a big number, but
What would you like me to roll?
I don't know. Give me a second. I have to read through the skills.
Make him roll knowledge planes.
You know what? Sure. Knowledge planes. 11. You're pretty sure the 5th cycle happened at least 3,000 years ago.
I can't give you something exact because that method of calendar is, well, it's historical for what I believe. But it's a little bit more than 3,000 cycles.
His jaw opens
Fuck.
and then closes.
I'm sorry this must be poor news, but I'd rather give you bad, honest news than lie to you about that. I'm sure that changes things for you, if you believe me.
Give me another diplomacy skill check. Actually.
I mean, she's just being straight up and honest with the guy.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean he's gonna be happy about it.
Okay.
I mean, whether he's happy or not, it's at least the truth, and she's not trying at all to be
Yep.
shady about it.
He looks at you and he turns towards Gareth. Is this true?
Is it true? DM? Would I know?
You know the current year.
Uh,
You give me a knowledge history check if you
I
have
don't
it.
have that.
Well,
All I got's his knowledge religion, buddy.
yeah,
I,
you can roll knowledge religion.
Okay. Nice.
You have no idea.
I truly wish I could help you. Unfortunately, I'm not exactly knowledgeable on calendars. Not my area of expertise.
He just kind of nods, and then there's this whistling noise. It's like eerie whistling that comes out of him for a while, and then settles down.
I am curious, Captain, if it's not an offensive question to ask, but have you and your men here always been undead?
No, we died. It's like mortals. It'll happen to
And-
you, too.
Well, what I'm asking is, were you raised as undead by the person who sent you to war in the first place, or did you become undead after coming into this forest?
Oh, I see. No. And yes. We died, and so we become the playthings of Moral, Titan of Death. And she sent us to this forest to kill Silvada.
I see.
And some of the things we killed along the way woke up and helped us.
I see. I understand.
But if you're, and he points at Emma, telling me that it's been 3,000 years, and there's no sign of this conflict...
I wish it was better news than that, and I apologize for that.
Then my last orders... She's gonna be so pissed.
Do you know of the 25th Legion?
The who?
The 25th Legion, they were Azimar.
The fuck's an Azimar?
Well, the 25th was a military group that was sent north into the forest and vanished. I didn't know if maybe you had crossed paths. It seems not so.
I've never heard of a Azimar. The only thing that uses legions is... I don't even... Maybe Kolag used a legion once? A legion of dwarves?
Rexalt made Azimar, right?
Yes.
Azimar are a humanoid that were created by Rexalt to fight for him. It's a whole race of humanoids created for his military purposes.
That doesn't make sense. He's neutral. He's sitting out the... Although it's been 3,000 years.
Whether it was a force to enforce neutrality or whether it was taking sides that have changed, in either case, he made his own soldiers. He organizes them in legions, and they are all required to serve for at least some time, even now.
Interesting. Okay. Another photo fight.
Well, if you serve a Titan, it seems that his concerns for now are the persecution of those that would give faith to gods instead of Titans. At least at the time that I left.
What are these god things?
I'm not entirely sure that I know the answer to that question myself. They seem to be beings of power that warred against the Titans of the time that I knew about.
He turns
And
towards
they were-
Gareth.
Do the Titans use like divine magic like the gods do, or no?
Depends on the Titan.
Well, let's see. Perhaps there's a way I can explain it. Do you know of divine magic?
You can roll knowledge religion actually.
Okay. Oh, double-digit roll.
All right.
Yay.
17. Okay. So, having grown up in the north, you know the truth of the gods, and that was that they were the children of Titans, who could use the specific divine magic
No.
that you mentioned.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, the gods are the descendants of the Titans that you know, that were able to wield powerful divine magics, and I suppose the Titans viewed them as a threat and have dedicated themselves to stamping out them and anyone who worships them.
Shen nods. Sounds about right. Okay. Did Moral have any children? Do you know?
Do I know?
17? 17? Sorry, I just have to look at my own fucking lore here for a second.
1-7.
Growing up in Ryogak today, you would know, yes. She had twins, Neem and Ifrin.
She did. The Titan of Death had twins, in fact. I tell them their names.
He just kind of nods.
Do I know? Well, it said all the gods were killed, so I presume they did as well.
Um,
I mean, Emma was taught that the gods were killed.
yeah. So this is where lore becomes different. Yeah. No. Neem and Ifrin were hidden from Rexald, and were they were never involved in the war. They were hidden away to the north, so they are still alive. They're the gods, respectively, of heaven and hell.
Let's see. Yes, when the Titan Rexald sent about his crusade to destroy all the Titans, luckily the twin gods of heaven and hell were hidden away up to the north, as far as I know.
So Shen nods. The north. Where exactly is this north? This is a country, yes?
Yes, it's called. What is it called again?
Ryogokt
Ryogokte.
Day. There you go.
That's where I'm from.
He nods. Looks at you again. Nods.
So the rumors are true.
Hmm?
There were rumors in that through the forest was a land of the faithful. That the legions were interested in trying to find a way to push through the forest somehow to, well, I guess to eradicate your home. But it was rumor. Not everybody believed that that the faithful could be anywhere or survive the forest to get to the north. But I guess the rumors are true.
Well, that changes things. If Moral had twins, and if Rexald is trying to kill them... Oh... at this point, Liz floats through the side of the tent, just kind of in, and sees you guys sipping some very good tea. And Shen, who's just kind of staring at the ceiling with that eerie whistling happening again. And she floats around in a circle and stops behind Shen. Through the front of the tent, escorted by 3 huge skeletal constructs with, like, halberds the size of your chest, is a tiny little girl with little brown ringlets. Her shirt, she's been given, like, an archaic, like, kind of shirt and dress that's still very nice, and she has, like, some rings that are probably worth more than the house you grew up in, Emma, just because of their age. And she's got, like, a little necklace with the symbol of Moral on it. And she's escorted into the tent. And she... for all that she's in this kind of stressful situation... Well, you can give me a sense motive. To see how she
Sure.
feels.
Yeah,
You-
okay.
Yeah, man.
I'm really good at these.
I mean, you roll pretty high on them.
Yeah.
Gareth, you kind of
I do
can't...
not.
You kind of can't tell.
Children are a mystery.
You see the objective of your mission, and you're like, finally. Emma, you see that for all that this is literal nightmare fuel, and, like, straight up, like, awful, she seems to be having a good time. So she's escorted in, and Liz gestures to the two of you and says, Rory, do you know these people? At which point, the girl turns to you guys and goes, "No."
Rory, pardon me. May I speak to her for a moment?
Shen shrugs.
Rory, you wouldn't recognize me, but my name is Gareth. I'm a traveling knight. I came upon your village, and your parents had told me that you had gone missing, so I came into the forest to search for you. So you're doing well. I hope. Your parents are very worried about you.
Give me a bluff check.
What?
And a diplomacy check.
Why bluff? What?
He's
I
like,
do
"Wait,
not
what am I
lie."
lying about?
Oh, wait. Get it. Right.
It's like, oh, I am lying, huh? Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Oh.
I just spit coffee everywhere.
Oh, wow. The duality of Gareth.
Wow.
Yeah, you can investigate that if you want to.
It's better than your bluff check.
It sure is.
That's beautiful.
Hold on, I gotta clean up the floor.
That is,
I gotta stop.
Wow.
I gotta stop taking sips like right as I ask for things. Never goes well. Okay. Rory kind of looks at you for a second. She goes, "Daddy sent you, and Mom.
that's right.
So I can go home now."
Yes, of course. I will do, of course, my utmost to get you back home and safely back to your parents. Though I would like to know, to see if I can do something about making sure this doesn't happen again. Can you tell me anything about the men who were apparently chasing you?
Oh,
What was he? What did I get the feeling was dishonest, or do I feel like what's the result of this bluff sense motive?
he stuttered when he said he was a traveling knight, and he kind of his eyes darted away.
Oh, but I didn't get the sense of any deceit at all about the doing this for the parents and all that.
No. Like that, you can tell is completely and utterly truthful.
Okay.
But he seemed something seemed a little bit off to you in his manner when he started the sentence.
That jives with what Emma thinks.
I'm not real.
But okay. So where were we? Roy was like, okay.
Is that what the men were like?
Yes, the men. Oh, they were scary looking. They were one of them was made out of wood and metal. And one of them was a orc. He was a big orc. He had a greatsword. And one of them was a really scar. She had a lot of scars on her face. And one of them was a old man, but he was really he looked like he was from the desert because his skin was really tanned.
I see. Would I know about the enforcers from Exalt's Dominion?
You living in the north are in constant worry of the enforcers making their way up.
It sounds like at least the man made of wood and metal, as you said. That might. Well, I'm talking more to myself. That might have been one of the enforcers, but
the little
they've
girl goes.
No, I mean,
Do I
yes.
That sounds like a very specific group of people that Emma's familiar with.
It does?
But that is very strange. And has there ever been any enforcers that have gotten through the forest before?
You could roll knowledge history.
Yeah, I don't have that. Well, as far as I know, no enforcers or
There's rumors sometimes.
Well, there's no confirmed reports of enforcers or agents of Rexalt's coming through the forest, and certainly not to capture a small child on the periphery of the country. That is strange.
Well, I will say, if an enforcer did find that a little girl was a believer, it wouldn't matter that she was a little girl.
My mom said that the enforcers, they come and they put nails in your feet and they make you walk all the way to the evil Rexald place so that they can whip you.
I don't know anything about that, but you have absolutely nothing to worry about. You have absolutely nothing to worry about anymore. I promise I will get you safe and sound back to your parents, and I'll figure out what's going on with those men who tried to chase you and make sure they don't try this again. Okay?
Okay.
That is.
I'm Rory, and she sticks a hand out. She just sticks one out to like the two of you.
I'm Gareth. I'll take her hand. This is my friend Emma.
Oh, how nice to meet you.
It's a pleasure to meet you. Seems like you've been having a good time here.
You look like a Odian.
An Odian, you say?
Yeah.
Have you met other Odians?
Yeah, there's one in my hometown. He's really big, but he has 4 arms instead of 2 arms, and he's got one head and like a smaller head on his shoulder. And they argue sometimes.
Is he friendly?
No. He's really mean. But you know, he's really mean, but like he always like kills all the wolves and stuff to try to eat the sheeps, and like he does all this stuff. He's like really mean, but then he does a lot of nice stuff, and it confuses me.
Oh, so he's like a mean friend.
Yeah. And every once in a while, he says, "If I ever get free, I'll eat all of you."
Well, I would be interested in meeting him.
Yeah, he's great. His name is I call him Uncle Ooh.
Well, I haven't known Gareth for very long, but I can say that the whole time that I've known him, he's been very concerned about your safety. And it's really nice to see that you've been safe and having fun.
Yeah, Liz and Shen, they take real good care of me.
Well, yes, I was going to ask, how'd you find yourself to be in the care of these fine gentlemen?
Oh,
gentle ladies.
I was running away from the enforcers, and then I was running away from a giant tree, and then I ran here. And then I saw the big wall, and I ran towards it because at that point the skulls was less scary than the tree. And then they killed the tree, and they took me in, and Liz gave me a dress, and Shen gave me this wing, and Bobbert and Robert and Jobbert, and she points to those huge skeletal constructs that are just like crowded outside the tent. They said that they would take care of me and escort me around, but I don't know what that means.
Just means that they want to make sure you're safe.
They're pretty nice.
I see. Well, it was very kind of you all to take care of her, Captain Shen. If there's any way I can show you my gratitude for this, I would be happy to.
He shrugs. He makes a cutting hand with a cutting motion with his hand.
Not to be too offensive, but well, the undead don't exactly have a reputation for being the nicest folk. So it's good to see that I was wrong in my assumptions.
You get the sense that the wraith would like just say "fuck you," but there's a child here, so it doesn't.
Oh, I said something offensive, didn't I?
Emma just sort of looks over at you, Gareth, and says, I've had the pleasure of meeting undead of many different temperaments, just like the many different temperaments of humans I have met.
I see. Well, the monks that I stayed with for quite some time were not so liberal thinking in their opinions of the undead. I suppose I picked something up from them.
Liberals.
Yeah,
Well, I suppose now is an opportunity to broaden your thinking.
indeed. Truly, this is a great day. Except for those enforcers coming across. Of course, that's...
I think Emma just looks back at the wraith and rolls her eyes.
The wraith floats up and down. Anyway, she seems not to be afraid of you, so I guess you can take her. Damn thing. Annoying.
Are these, it sort of jingles, still necessary then?
Yes, you'll also be blindfolded on your way out. Just because you're here for a purpose doesn't mean you're not a spy. And then Shen turns towards the wraith and cocks his head. And the wraith goes, "We'll take the cuffs off."
Thank you.
One of the skeletal constructs by the name of Jobbert walks up and takes them off you. Oh.
And she'll just sort of rub her wrists out a little bit and then hold a hand out to the little girl.
She takes your hand excitedly.
Are you ready to go, or is there anybody you'd like to say goodbye to?
Oh, and she turns around and you can see she's got tears in her eyes, and she runs and she gives Shen a hug, and she tries to hug the wraith Liz, but her arms just go straight through. And the wraith pats her head a little bit.
I hate sad goodbyes.
I'll call back and visit you, I promise. And Shen just goes, "Yeah, we'll still be here." Probably. Who knows? Oh, before you take this crying thing, he goes into his chest and he pulls out a skull. Like a blackened...
That's not where that's supposed to be.
A blackened skull with a bunch of arcane runes carved into it, and a few diamonds and rubies placed into the bone, and he just kind of holds it out to you.
Yeah, Emma will take it.
Okay. When you get to Rio Gok's Day, and you find someone that knows more about Neem and Ifrin, push the emerald in the left eye, and then the one that I have will be able to talk through it.
Oh, it's a skull phone, of course.
And then to stop talking, you push the ruby in the right eye.
Of course.
And if you want to, you want everyone around to hear, push the diamond in the forehead. And if you don't want that to happen, push the diamond in the forehead again.
Does it receive text messages?
A what?
I suppose suppose skull technology has advanced quite a bit in 3,000
If you
years.
put a scroll in its mouth, up to 25 letters. Sorry, no, 250 letters. And then you press the button. Not the button. You press the obsidian on the chin. It will transport it to my skull.
You got any games on your skull?
You can bowl with them. We can bowl from separate locations, and the skull will keep score.
So Emma will wrap it up and attach it to her belt.
Okay. So just put skull phone in your inventory.
Okay.
Also, this will probably help you in the future. And he takes the screen off of the table and the teapots, and he shows you the map that was there.
Wow, black screen.
Oh, fucking cuck.
God.
An incredible map written entirely in invisible ink.
You should be able to see it now.
Tree
Fucker?
Yeah, that's Silvata.
Angry bats, prick.
Yeah.
And where are we now?
We are at here. And he points to one of the little dots.
The bottom left quadrant of tree fucker.
Liz goes, should we be showing them our fucking... And he goes, shut up, Liz.
Put that here so I don't lose it.
So yeah.
So would I be right in assuming you would like to know more about the children of your Titan?
Yes.
Okay, then I suppose we, or I definitely, will do my very best to see if I can do that for you. It's the least I can do after you took such good care of the girl whose name I totally remember. Rory?
Yeah, you got it. It was Rory. Good job.
Yeah, Rory, yeah. Damn, I'm good.
Alright. So, keep this picture in your head, and you should be able to leave. Easier.
Indeed. Emma, keep this picture in your head.
Yeah, so I guess Emma plans to study and commit to memory while he tells tales of their Titan's children. And of note, Emma's not writing anything. She's not going to make any attempt to write anything. She's not going to try to write anything. She's definitely going for memory.
Okay.
She doesn't want there to be anything physical that somebody else could get to harm these people. So,
Fair enough. So do you spend hours, or spend like a few minutes talking about Neem and Ifrin?
Sure.
Alright, so...
I'm sure Goratrix can hold out.
Neem and Ifrin, and Rory chimes in every now and again too. But give me your knowledge religion check.
Yeah, hopefully I can roll a 2 digits this time.
yeah, just roll like you did with diplomacy.
Yeah. Alright, so you still have a baseline knowledge, but because of your time with the monks, you're not super knowledgeable about them. But Neem and Ifrin are twins of the Titan Morale. They, like I said, they were hidden away from Rexald so that they wouldn't be killed during the deicide. And they, from what you remember, they don't seem to have any tenets themselves. Like a lot of the other gods do. They have tenets for people to follow. Neem and Ifrin kind of act more like judges. And decide where the living go when they die, either to kind of a paradise or to the opposite of a paradise.
Unparadise.
Unparadise.
Paradisant.
And
Paradisant.
as you kind of explain that, you watch Shen kind of nod, and then he starts to confer with the Wraith again. But they don't. He doesn't say anything out loud to you guys.
Well, I wish I could have been of more help to you. Unfortunately, the monks weren't too keen on talking about the Titan of Death and her legacy as much. But, if Emma is done studying the map, I suppose we should get out of your skulls now.
There is an eye-rolling motion.
Yes,
one
I shouldn't try to
question
joke.
before you go.
Hmm?
When people die, do they get up and walk away?
Not usually, unless there is an outside force acting directly upon them, like a necromancer. Usually, once you die, that's it. Your soul ascends to another plane of existence.
And where I come from, the dead do not naturally get up on their own.
This revelation seems to shock Shen and Liz, and Jobert and Robert and Bobbert. They're just kind of quiet. And then Shen goes, "Well, you must take your leave. Your weapons will be waiting for you by the gate."
Very well. Once again, thank you very much, Captain Shen. Liz?
Emma will just sort of gesture at the bundle at the belt and say, "I look forward to reconnecting you with your own."
Robert, Bobbert, and what was your name again?
Jobert.
Jobbert, yes, of course, how can I forget? It was very nice meeting you all.
Are you ready to go, Rory?
I guess.
I know you're sad now, but we'll have fun on the way.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. And then she, takes your hand, and with her other hand, she, pulls on one of the skeletal contracts, who, picks her up, but is still holding her close enough to you to be able to hold your hand. Farewell. And the skeletal constructs escort you through the camp, which you now see is sprawling. There's very few tents, but there are thousands upon thousands of undead wandering around, having weapons sharpened and maintaining their armor or getting siege weapons under construction. And where there would be the normal life and sound of the camp, it's just eerily silent, except for the sound of motion. And you guys make your way...
Minecraft skeleton noises.
Yeah, basically. And you guys make your way back out to the camp. Jobert puts Rory down and tells her that he'll see her later. And you guys, the gate creaks up, and you guys are let out of the camp.
Well, they were a very nice lot.
Goretrix, you've been walking around, touching tree stumps, I assume?
Mm-hmm.
You don't feel anything different than what you felt last time.
Okay.
Gareth and Emma have been gone for maybe 2 hours without you being able to message them.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of us are... I guess the link wouldn't come up, so you hear the creaking of the gate, and you see Gareth and Emma reappear with the child in tow.
have you ever been in the air before?
I'm in the air right now.
And she'll just sort of like gesture to climb up so she can just like, grab her and pick her up.
She monkey crawls up you.
And I'll start flapping.
Alright.
I'll go like 10 feet off the ground.
Okay.
I'm not gonna cross over the wall. I'm gonna respect that line. But
Yeah, you do.
like,
You do hear some of crossbows.
And yeah, I'll just like I'll just I'll get up 10 feet and I'll just slowly work my way over to the intersection.
Rory is delighted by this. Lead, Bloop.
Yeah.
You guys wake up roughly at the same time that this happens. And your bodies are tired.
Oh.
You feel like some part of you was kind of sapped away. Like physically. I'm sure you've noticed.
Oh, no, I haven't noticed.
Oh, you should check your attributes.
Check your back.
Take your back. Somebody might have stabbed it.
There's a jewel encrusted dagger there.
Ow, that does sting. Well, hold on. Oh, okay.
The assassin's
It's
knife cuts
okay. It
deep.
doesn't do much to me. The drain doesn't do terribly much to me.
One of you
I feel
easier got
than I already did.
pretty fucked by that. Considerably more so than the other.
I took one straight drain. Oh well.
Well, we know
Hey.
who got hosed then.
You don't use that anyhow.
I'm not sure that I can.
You can move.
If you're at more than 0, you're not paralyzed.
Literally sinking into the ground.
I've been there.
I don't think I can. Well, with all of my stuff, I will be very, very slow.
Oh, I guess I probably am pretty heavy now. I would bet.
You can put stuff on the horse.
I mean,
I don't know
I'm
how
still-
you're
I'm
gonna
still
put
just
stuff
in
on the
medium
horse,
mode. Look at that.
you have
I'm still
to.
good.
You have to ask. That's not your horse.
Yeah,
That's not my horse.
I'm just spitballing.
That's
This is
my
all
horse.
above board.
But as you
Hamlet
awaken,
doesn't give a shit about any of that.
you hear the laughter of a child and the flapping of wings. And Goratrix mumbling to himself about trees, probably. And you guys regroup.
Yeah. That was a hell of a nap. Where are we?
Ah, my friends, Bloop and Lead, you've awoken at last.
Who's this guy?
We met.
You did meet.
Oh, yeah, we did meet. Yeah,
We-
yeah, you're the fourth
We-
person.
We're friends, right?
Yes,
Good
absolutely.
buddies.
You saved our life.
Well, my horse saved Goratrix's life and mine.
That's all.
But
that
who's
matters.
counting?
It saved Goratrix.
Agravain proudly, like he puts his head up and is like, he makes it so his hair kind of flutters in the breeze. His mane
Agravain,
blows.
you
in
are the
breeze.
true hero of this story.
Hero.
So, where the hell are we?
At a camp full of undead.
Bloop looks a little bit surprised for like a half a second. He's like,
There's not much. There's nothing really to unpack there. It is just a camp with some undead in it.
And they're very nice people.
like I said, Bloop looks very surprised for just a slight moment, and he's just like, all right, checks out.
Luckily, I've recovered Rory here, so next stop for me is getting her back safe and sound to her parents.
Oh, a child.
Yes.
He's taller than me, of course.
She is. She's got a few inches on him.
It's like, damn it, just once. Like to find a child who's just a little shorter than me.
What was that?
Said hello, I'm Led.
Oh, I'm Rory.
Led, why do you look so feeble?
Yeah, Led's kind of... His eyes are sunken. He's very pale.
Led, you
His
look like-
muscles have atrophied considerably.
You look like Gortrex after one of our shows.
I just need a little nap.
I understand. Why don't you just, Well, hold on. Actually. Drain cannot be fixed by, if I don't waste this, but Drain can be fixed by Cure Light Wounds, can it?
No, you need to use like
Healing word, not healing word, but what's... I don't know.
like restoration,
Yeah,
like less
yeah.
restoration.
Yeah. That's what I don't have that. Alright. I can't do anything. Yeah,
Well-
you should take a nap there, Led.
Well, okay.
But, are we any closer to getting out of this forest? As I look around and see the stumps, are we out of this forest?
In the
I
distance, you see the trees.
Yeah.
I think Gareth is ready to think about leaving.
Yes.
I would love for you to think about leaving. I'd love to leave this place.
As I said, my now goal, first and foremost, is to return to the village where Rory came from. And so that's what I'm going to think about.
Think hard about it, buddy, and I'm going to think about following you to this village.
Let's go, Agravain. Back to the village. We'll start moving as I think very hard.
Alrighty.
As I rack my... What do I have? My 11 intelligence to get back to the village.
Emma will fly above the group while the group is traveling.
Alright.
Not high enough to feel like the trees are gonna start fucking around and trying to murder me for flying, but like
Oh, so
Just
5 feet
high.
off the ground?
yeah, high enough that I can fly over the horse.
Okay.
And just
enough
start
that
doing
the-
things like point at
and-
Bloop and say, and that's Bloop. He talks a lot and does music.
Oh, my
and
uncle
that-
does music and talks a lot.
And that's Goratrix. He tells stories and he does music too.
I like music.
And that's Led.
He looks very tired.
It looks like he needs to take a nap.
He's a troubled boy.
I want to pet the horsey.
Well, if you want to pet the horsey, you have to ask permission to pet someone else's horse.
Who
But
horse
I
is
bet
it?
if you say please, Mr. I bet if you say please, Mr. Gareth will let you pet his horse.
Mr. Gareth, can I pet your horse?
Of course, Agravain is a very friendly horse.
And Agravain like lowers his head down so that Rory can pet him easily. And she takes much delight in doing so. And as you guys travel, I assume Gareth is in the lead.
Thinking.
So I have a
Yeah.
question for each of you individually. Where are you going?
I know better now. Blue's
I-
going to the village.
Yeah.
The village? Okay.
The village where Gareth is taking the little girl.
If you guys... Are you guys still on the horse?
I don't know. I probably would have got off the horse.
Ed would have stayed on the horse.
Led can't move.
That's good. I would be walking but holding on to the horse by his barding,
Okay.
moving with him.
Led. Where are you going?
To bed.
To bed?
To bed.
Okay.
Tibet?
Emma.
Emma's. Well, the thought occurs while Emma's busy playing with Rory. We'll think about. We'll think about what. Oh God. We'll be imagining
Dick butt.
who this Uncle Orr is.
Okay.
And thinking about what it would be like to go where he is and meet him.
Okay. Gortrix,
Hello.
where are you going?
To the man's sister.
Okay.
I know his name now.
What's his name?
What's his name?
You just said you knew his name, so what is it?
Garden Lair.
Okay.
Garden Lair. That guy. Yeah.
Okay.
That was weird.
So you guys begin to walk away, and you head deep into the gloom of the forest. And we're actually going to transfer to a different scene.
Oh, it's gonna use his woman voice.
I hope so.
Jeremy, use the woman voice.
I hope you've been practicing this whole time.
Now you guys get to live in darkness.
Give me a quarter.
Shorgesh,
We've been practicing. Well,
you're not sure how long it's been since you kind of came into this forest on a drunken binge. But you wake up in this eternal twilight gloom next to a pool that kind of glows softly. And you see a kind of aristocratic nobleman who looks... He's sweating, he's got cuts on his face, his hair is in clumps, and he's got 2 bags at his feet just sitting next to a pool. Kind of like panting and looking around, a little bit afraid. Would you please describe yourself and your reaction?
Large and green.
Alright,
Big green.
Green man.
because he's big
too bad Cal's not here.
and green.
Cal really did have a thing for orcmen, didn't he?
Women. Orcs.
Maybe men too, you don't know.
Maybe that's why he was so awkward around his brother.
Sorry, Jeremy?
It's like, who the fuck are you?
Uh.
Rub my head. Oh.
The man looks down. You look like, when you say that, it looks like he cuts himself off mid-sentence about something. And he looks down and he goes, "Oh, hello, traveler. I am Henry Koenig."
Oh,
What?
whoa.
Are my clothes on?
Yes, your clothes are on.
Too bad.
I've heard he's got a big dick.
I'm Shorgesh.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Shorgesh. Do you have any idea how we're supposed to navigate this forest? How long have you been here? Do you know where we are? Sorry, it's a lot of questions to ask.
I just woke up, so I have no idea. Ugh.
Okay. Dang. Damn it!
Yeah, I go over. This is water, right?
It appears to be. It has all the
All right.
properties of water.
All right, I guess I'll take a taste, see if it's drinkable, and yeah, try and get this taste out of my mouth.
Yeah. There's something about the delicious taste of old beer.
Well, so where is this?
Well, we appear to be in the Gefarenwald.
Yeah, probably what?
The
Gesundheit.
the Gefarenwald?
Mm.
You've not heard of the... Well, it's the enormous wood that separates Rexald's dominion from the kingdom of the worshippers, and we appear to be lost in it, and it's very dangerous.
Oh.
Haha.
So, I look around. Is there any obvious paths?
You can roll a survival for me.
It's a class skill. Can I still roll it?
Do you have it?
No.
Then,
All right.
shit. Looks like you're SOL.
How did you get here?
I was I got in a fight. And I had to make good my escape. How did you arrive here?
I woke up here.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Well, I know I may not look it, but I have some money. I would, if you would,
Raise an eyebrow.
if you would be amenable, I could, after we get out of this forest, pay you some amount.
Or what exactly?
Protection.
Uh, I can do that.
Ah, wonderful.
100 gold?
100 gold. A moment. Yes, 100 gold. Definitely possible. Well within my means. Well within my means. So,
Narrow my eyes. Alright, well. Were you awake when you came here?
yes, I was awake.
Alright, well. I guess we tried going back the way you came.
Every time I try to go back, I end up here. Although, this time you appeared, so I decided to stay. But I've been trying to go back for hours, at least.
I don't have any ideas other than just pick a direction.
I suppose, which way would you say is north?
Point in a random direction and walk that way.
Yeah, basically.
Okay. So you point in a random direction and start walking. I have a question for you.
Sure.
Where are you going?
Choose wisely, friend.
This is in fact not a rhetorical question.
No, yeah.
No!
Where
Colby,
are
shut
you
up.
going?
Where are you going?
Where do you see yourself in 5 years?
What would you say are your greatest strengths?
Why do I have to shut up?
What? Who said that's crazy? The edit will definitely not have any evidence to support that random outburst, Colby.
Here we go. I don't know. I imagine a town with like a really nice tavern.
Okay, you start picturing a tavern. Cool. And so Henry is like, "Oh, wait a moment!" And you watch as he struggles to pick up one of these backpacks. Looks heavy as shit. And then on his other shoulder, he puts another heavy set of saddlebags on it. And he's like, "Oh, okay, lead the way."
What's in the bags?
Well, this bag has all my worldly possessions, and this bag has 109 gold worth of romance novels.
I just kind of stare for a second like he's speaking a foreign language.
My first edition copy of the Lusty Argonian Maid.
It's signed and everything.
Well, that book's been around more than made. I can carry those for you.
Oh, would you? Well, I'll keep the backpack, but if you could carry the saddlebags, I would appreciate it.
All right, 10 gold.
Sure.
Put my hand out.
All right. Here, I will add these saddlebags to your inventory.
All right.
As soon as he's sitting this picking up those heavy ass bags, it's like, I know what's happening. This is great.
There you go.
Holy fucking shit! For a second.
There you go. There's the saddlebags. I hope it's everything you ever wanted. And you look as he like takes his huge weight off his shoulder. And he's like, "Oh, okay. Thank you, Shorgesh. I really appreciate that. And for only 10 gold, what a steal." He just like starts walking.
All right. Well, I guess I start walking.
Okay. And so you walk through the twilight gloom of this forest. Where before you couldn't see any paths, you notice that a path just suddenly opens up beneath your feet. And as you travel along the darkness of the forest, hearing strange sounds in the distance, occasionally a scream, occasionally some sort of whimpering, you and Henry come into a clearing. Hold on, I gotta find the right one. We'll do this one. That one's fine. It's very dark in this clearing. Much darker than the rest of the forest. And yourself and Henry arrive. Up here. In the center of this clearing, there is a kind of large... there's basically an area of cut grass that is in the direct center of the clearing. And there is a treant. Just kind of sitting in the center. It doesn't seem to be responding to your presence, but it does kind of just sits in the center of the clearing.
Alright, well, if it's not reacting, I will just kind of walk the, I guess, outer perimeter. And if it doesn't bother me, I'm not going to bother it.
Alright. You pace through the outer perimeter. Give me a perception check. Okay. As you kind of pace through the outer perimeter, you notice two things. The treant knows you're there. Like, it definitely is aware of you.
Yeah.
And the trees surrounding this clearing, if you move to take a step out of it, they seem to shift to block you.
Look over at the Trent. Is it looking at me?
It's not looking at you. You can tell by its kind of stance that it knows you're there, but it's not looking at you.
Alright. Without trying to do any force or anything, I'm just going to try and push through the woods.
Oh, you push through the trees?
Yeah, not with force. It's just like, okay, can I stick my hands in there? Can I push anything aside, or is there resistance?
Well, there is a resistance. I'd like you to make a reflex save as you try to touch one of the trees. Okay. You take 7 damage as you narrowly jump out of the way of one of the branches of the trees, just slamming down and almost catching you in the side.
Die.
As one of the branches just and then crawls back up into the tree.
Right. I dropped the saddlebags and
Dude.
have my bow in my hand.
Okay.
Go over to the train. Oi! You got anything to do with this?
Are you trying to be intimidating or diplomatic?
I guess diplomatic?
Alright, well, roll diplomacy then.
Who knew?
Okay. The treant does not respond.
I'll go over at look at the other guy.
You look over at Henry. He's just kind of he's been following you along the perimeter, and he looks at you and he's like, What do you think we should do?
Well, either we get the, if it's got anything to do with us staying here, either we get to let us go, or we fight.
So we should try to speak to it?
I tried. You want to try?
I guess I don't know Sylvan, so I don't think it'll respond. Maybe if I try Elven. Do you speak Elven?
Me? No.
So you hear he shouts something in Elven, and the treant does not move, and then he looks back at you and goes, I don't know. If Emma was here, she could maybe speak to it. But I am not the polyglot of the family.
What did you just say?
I don't know a lot of languages.
Oh. I'll look around. Is there anywhere else? No paths at all. It's completely blocked off.
You kind of look, and you see the shifting nature of the forest. Paths start to appear, and then are immediately blocked. Something about this clearing specifically, out of all the ones you've traveled to, the trees themselves seem not to want you to leave.
I guess I'll position myself where in front of the Trent, where I guess we're face to face.
Okay. So you're gonna walk up to it?
Not up to it, but
Actually, you know what? I'm going to make a circle template so that you know. This is where the area of cut grass is. Just so that you are aware.
Right, so I'm in here.
If you walk up to it, to get close to it, you have to enter the area of, like, cut grass.
Okay, Is that
Okay.
here?
Yeah, that's where the template I just put down.
Okay. I start waving the bow. Hello!
Oh, I did not mean to select targets. Henry will follow you. The treant turns towards you. Greetings, child of rage.
And, are you the one keeping us from leaving?
In a sense.
Where did we go?
Can you?
I'm trying. But, your cousins there don't seem to, want to cooperate. They kind of rub the gash on my head.
She turns towards the trees and then looks back towards you. Well, have you no offerings to make the forest?
I see. What do you want?
What do you got?
I start flipping through the saddlebags.
You start flipping. Do you not have dark vision as an orc?
I should. I wasn't able to configure it on my character sheet.
Oh, okay. I'll fix that for you so you can see. How much dark vision do orcs get?
Dark vision's usually 60 feet.
All
Yeah,
right.
6 feet.
You should be able to see now.
Ooh, yeah, I'll see something.
There you go.
Don't see where Henry's at.
Oh, hold on. I have to move them. You should be able to see him now. He's just behind you to the right.
Ah, okay.
Perfect. So you start rustling through the saddlebags.
Yes.
Gareth. I don't think you have dark vision, do you? Gareth? Gareth? You're muted.
What?
Gareth, do you have dark vision?
Yes. Do I have dark vision? No, I'm a human.
Alright, so you start to notice that the light in the forest gets dimmer and dimmer to the point where you will very soon not be able to see. Do you risk lighting a torch?
Yes.
Okay. So you light up a torch.
I have a lantern. Light that up.
How much is a lantern? Tell me.
A lantern lights in a 30-foot radius.
Bright light?
Increases light level by 1 step. Sheds normal light in a 30-foot radius and increases the light level by 1 step for an additional 30 feet beyond that.
Okay.
Darkness becomes dim light becomes normal.
There you go. So that's that. Emma, you are here. As you guys all noticed that the darkness starts to get a little bit more, well, dark.
I don't think my dark vision's working quite right.
Hold on a second. I'm gonna have to move you all. You can organize yourselves as you want.
Well, that is a woman. Female orc. I couldn't tell because you weren't in your female voice. Or were you?
Emma, or can you see now?
Kind of. It like these tokens I could see for a moment, and then you moved them and they vanished.
Hmm.
I think what it is it's I think I'm keying off the lantern. I'm not using my dark vision range.
How about now?
Okay, yeah, I can see them now.
Okay, perfect. All right, so as the forest gets darker, you guys also enter this clearing, and you see two figures and a large tree woman in the center conversing. One figure appears to be down on their knees going through a set of saddlebags.
Henry!
Emma! Emma, dear!
Yeah. I plan to take off and I plan to land right next to them.
Oh, are you holding Rory?
Yeah, I'm probably still holding Rory. I'm not going to drop Rory.
Drops her 50 feet up and flies.
Just flying tackle.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not going to hurt the child, but yeah, I'm going to fly right up to
Purposely.
Henry.
Alright, so you fly straight up to Henry, who throws his arms around you and gives you a big hug.
Oh, careful of Rory.
Oh, a child!
Yes,
My God, Emma,
my
has
God.
it really been that long?
I don't. I was so worried. Calder said he was going to try to get you out.
Oh, okay. Bye, Led. Love you. Mwah.
Hi, good night, guys.
Bye.
Hi, lad.
Takes a
Calder.
strength drain coma nap.
Yeah, basically. He's really hurt. Calder was able to. His distraction enabled me to escape.
Well, I guess maybe I didn't give him enough credit.
He was a force to be reckoned with, for sure. He busted into the room. He started off with a little bit of fibbery, but in the end he managed to... It turned into a brawl, and thanks to him and Juve, I was able to escape.
Is Calder... He's not with you. Who's this instead?
This is my new friend Shorgesh. But Calder was... I escaped. He told me to run, and I did. But this is Shorgesh. I met her some time ago, and she's been helping me traverse the Gefarenwald.
Do I recognize the saddlebags and stuff?
Yeah, you're pretty able to tell that those are your saddlebags.
Oh, and you have my saddlebags.
Yes, your horse is no
In my stomach.
longer with us,
Oh, that's unfortunate.
and neither is mine. But I was able to get the saddlebags and he points to a suitcase that he had, and my belongings, which were rifled through.
What?
But
Can
whatever.
I help you find something in my bag there?
Who and what am I looking at?
You were looking at Emma.
Emma is a tiefling with a tail and wings, and a battle axe on her hip, and a child in her arms.
Rory is turning around and looks very excited about all this.
I guess I'll close the saddlebag.
My brother says you're helping him. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have to say, I don't know what you guys are doing right now, but I'm just real excited to see you. I was afraid I wasn't ever going to see you again.
Yes, well, luckily we're together now, and that's what counts.
Yes. What are you doing, actually? What is going on?
Well, this treant seems to be extorting us for exit from the forest.
Yeah. Yeah. Shakedown. So.
Well, then, if it's a shakedown, if we give it things, it's just going to do it to the next person that comes through. Isn't that how rabble works?
The treant, as you look over to it, looks different from the ones you've been fighting, or the ones you've seen. It's slightly taller. Its shoulders are a little thinner. It seems to have more of a humanoid figure than tree. And it kind of looks down at you and goes, "You are welcome to try and attack me. But know," and she points at the trees, "that I'm not the one you'll be fighting."
Oh, I wasn't suggesting we fight you. Just because you ask for something doesn't mean we have to give it to you.
That's true. I have been wanting company. It's been a long time since anyone stopped in this part of the wood.
Well, how long is a long time?
Well, normally the worshippers offer a gift to the forest and then leave.
Ooh.
Well, I'm no worshipper, but I'd be willing to keep you company for a bit.
I would appreciate that.
And
But
she'll dig through the saddlebags and pull out one of her folding chairs.
you pull out a folding chair, put it on the ground.
And have a seat.
Do you enter the area of cut grass?
I think she'd ask, be like, I've noticed that there's a ring around you. Is that for your personal space? Should I sit out here and talk, or would you like me to come closer?
It's an area to denote where offerings are supposed to go, I suppose.
Oh, well.
It's been so long since... Anyway.
Well, since I'm offering the temporary gift of my company, I suppose I will come sit closer.
Alright, you go and sit in the grass circle. What are the rest of you up to?
Emma's so distracted right now.
Hold on, Jeremy. I'm going to take those saddlebags off your sheet.
You can go ahead and drag them onto mine.
Yeah.
Whisper over to Bloop. Should we approach? It looks like they're having a moment over there.
Sorry, still a little tired from the incident. Last time we got into contact with a tree person, they attacked us. So approach with caution.
Let me see.
And don't insult the plants.
I'll leave Agravain back here.
Okay.
And I will approach.
Alright, you approach.
Hey, what's going on there, Emma? You found some new friends?
Oh, I was just getting acquainted with well, I suppose I haven't caught your name yet.
I'm your brother, Henry?
No, the tree.
Oh.
Emma's really like... her mind is really like... She's overwhelmed by the fact that she found her brother, so now she's just like all over the place. And thinks that he's talking about the tree.
Oh, okay.
And at this point, Bloop is like, "Holy shit, Henry!"
Ah, Bloop! I missed you at the meeting.
I thought you were dead.
I thought I was dead too. And the tree speaks up. I am Hortulensa.
Gesundheit.
Well, Hortulensa, my name is Emma.
Oh wait, hold on. Let me check. Make sure I said that right. Fucking.
Hello, I'm Gareth. Hello, I'm Gareth. I say to. Hello, I'm Gareth. I say to the orc.
It almost sounds like you said, hello.
Hello. Oh, hello.
I am Hortulanus.
Well, Hortulanus, perhaps we could share stories.
Perhaps.
I'm sure there's things that I've seen that you haven't, and I'm sure there's many things that you've seen that I haven't.
Yes, I've seen much. I have.
And
You watch her eyes, they're like the wooden orbs kind of roam off into the distance and then tighten in.
And yeah, Emma plans to at least start this whole affair off by telling stories and asking questions.
Okay. Please enter the grass circle.
Why don't you go in there with a notebook?
Wonderful. Gortrix. Gortrix? Zigator?
Good.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Brooding.
Brooding.
Like that.
Okay. Can you see the map? I can see that you're here, but are you here? Are you in the apartment right now? Are you at work?
Are
You alive?
I'm scared.
Who are you?
I'm scared.
Are you the real Cole?
Prepare yourself out. This is your final day.
Ah! Ah!
He's been replaced by a skinwalker.
I guess he has.
He's an alternate.
Alright. Well, you sit and brood, I guess.
In the darkness, like Batman.
I am in the darkness, actually.
My heart is full of darkness.
Do you have many sisters outside of here?
Are you talking to the treant?
Are you talking to the tree?
You have to
beside
get close to the circle. She doesn't seem to be capable of responding to anyone that's, like, at the periphery.
I'll approach.
Okay. I'm gonna move you up myself to there.
Fine, I'll do it myself.
You say, what do you say? Do you have many sisters?
Outside the forest?
I have sisters all over Orban.
Sister.
Lefty?
Lassie. She kind of like looks up. You watch as like green energy kind of coils up out of the ground and surrounds her as she looks towards the sky. I know a few Lethies. Not as common a name, but yes, I know a few Lethies.
Lefty just to the south of the Gafaran world?
Oh, yes. I do know her. She's a dedicated sister. I appreciate her work in that town.
Can you see how she's doing?
She's fine.
I'm gonna go walk the dog real quick. I'll be back.
Alrighty.
Hmm.
She appears to be fine, although in some sort of emotional distress over something.
Do you have any brothers?
I used to.
Just one, though, right?
Yes?
I unwrap my hand. Can you see through this?
She turns towards you. You'll have to enter the circle.
I bow and then enter the circle.
She leans towards you. She's like 20 feet tall. She like comes down to look at your hand. You have a hole in your hand.
I smile at Emma.
I forgot how heavy these saddlebags were.
I go to smile at Emma, and I just see her like struggling to hold all of her books.
Oh, she's not struggling to hold all these books. It's just a really heavy saddlebag.
You watch the treant Hortulanus sniffs you a few times
What
and
are
then
you-
leans back up. Curious.
I think I met your brother. I wrap my hand back up.
You met my brother? How? You're immortal and he died long ago.
Yeah. Yes. With a red knife. I cock my head to the side.
Roll diplomacy.
You roll the diplomacy.
Oh, are you not here? Fuck. He tricked me because
Not yet.
his stupid name is still in the fucking thing. And obviously the negative a billion applies. You watch. You rolled a 26. You are on very thin ice, though. You watch as like her whole body turns towards you.
I wasn't involved. I have seen it happen. I have met him flying through a void. I touched a compass, tried seeing about it,
A compass?
and it passed me out.
What kind
Well,
of compass?
I was- While I was passed out flying through this void, he caught me. And he told me to thank his sister after planting a seed, or a tree, rather.
You watch as that green energy kind of starts coiling around her. And she starts... And it coils around you for a moment, and she looks to the sky. You haven't answered my question. What kind of compass?
I'm not sure what kind of compass.
Her eyes.
A magic kind, a divine kind, a compass.
Strange. I sense that you're not lying to me. And I can sense the tree.
I accidentally, Goratrix is really thinking about this now, planted a second tree. I don't know how far from here, but
How does one
was where
accidentally plant a tree?
well, it was when I was in that memory,
Oop.
or that field, watching his last moments, I think. When I awoke, my hand was in the ground with the seed in the ground. I shrug and raise my hands like, I don't know.
Curious.
I switched to Sylvan. And apparently I can do this now, too.
Very curious. You watch as she kind of focuses on you. And then she turns and she says... Emma and Goratrix speak Sylvan, but what she says doesn't make any sense. She calls out a few words, and the tree... You watch as the tree line kind of buckles and shifts. And then the trees themselves seem to... In the groaning and the shifting of their movement, she seems to receive a response of some kind, and she turns her full attention back to the six of you.
Can I... Nah, no, I'm good. Never mind.
If you are his sister, thank you.
For what?
For the tree and for whatever else may come forward. And I go down in the circle.
Okay. She looks at you, And then she turns her attention back to Emma and Henry and the rest. And she's just kind of silent.
Tell stories and ask questions.
Alrighty, what questions do you ask? She seems attentive to your stories.
Well, if it probably ask a few, not asking for anything like, can you give me directions, but trying to ask more personal questions. Like, are there other places you can go, or do you have other, are there other beings in this forest that you're friends with and you spend time with? And if I get the sense that there's a lot more reception to telling stories and asking questions, Emma has no problem just talking about herself.
Well, you can roll a diplomacy check to see how many of those she answers. If any. She listens to your stories.
Okay.
She does not respond to a single one of the questions.
Well, Emma did say that she was willing to give the gift of stories and company
After
to try to secure his passage.
After probably the first story, whatever you tell, she stops you and says, I appreciate the stories, but that won't get you out of this forest.
Out of this clearing or out of the forest?
Out of the forest. This clearing is an exit point.
Ah. Well,
And you must give a gift to the forest.
I suppose that begs the question. What kind of gifts does the forest value?
I don't know. What does a forest need? And she turns and she looks at the trees.
Water?
She looks at you. Yes, I suppose they do need water. She seems amused by that answer.
I believe outside of the very literal things, material that we have no way to provide any real amount of, there is something to be said, at least for myself and maybe some of my traveling companions, a respect for how we live our lives from the gifts we receive from the forest. And I think there are many who forget how much the forest is essential to the life of everything around it and in it.
Oh, that's not something I ever forget.
Is there a way that we can give thanks and respect to the forest for the gifts that it gives?
You watch as Hortulanus looks up. My brother often said, care for things. Care for the things you love by giving them what they have given you.
I'm not good with riddles.
Life.
Well,
Forests give us life.
you can roll knowledge intelligence to riddle or wisdom to riddle your way out of that if you want to.
Well, I'm not good at those.
I'll roll it.
I don't have a good brain.
Just flat wisdom?
Yeah, just the attribute score.
Vortrix will stay with full life.
Okay.
Oh, shit, I didn't get anything.
You guys are... It's
Well, I guess I
difficult.
can
It's
try.
tough.
So we can roll a knowledge check, right?
Or intelligence.
Said
my
intelligence.
wisdom is awful. Let's try intelligence.
Although, actually,
I would roll
Epic.
intelligence.
I was gonna say, Gareth, you've probably heard of the answer to this riddle, but never mind.
I missed the riddle.
Ah, yes, the riddle of the trees. Something to do with the Lorax, right?
7 bombs.
I think Emma thinks about this and thinks about what Goratrix told her about, like, the tree growing through his hand and the hole that Emma can't see. And says, I suppose I could give some of my life in return for the life that was granted to me by this world in the forest.
You watch as the tree, or the treant, nods.
Yeah, and Emma will stand up and we'll use a claw. Figures that the more, like, the axe will probably hurt less to do, but this whole thing is about sacrifice. So Emma will use a claw and just sort of like cut down her forearm and just start squeezing to bleed on the grass.
All right, roll an attack against yourself.
I can't miss myself. Are you asking me how? Are you asking?
Yeah,
me
I'm asking you to roll
Boy,
damage.
would that be
yeah, yeah.
embarrassing?
Oh,
I mean, Steel could manage it, I'm sure. To miss himself. That
Mean.
Yeah. Problem?
You're a jerk.
Your mom's a jerk. Okay, so you deal 8 damage to yourself, and you watch as the blood drops down into the grass, and where it drops, the grass leaves shoot up to the waist height of all the others around it, and then push themselves off to the edge of the circle.
so like that section of grass grows and then goes to the edge and then what just blends in with the taller grass there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. I
I don't get what's happening. Damn trees can't just speak plainly.
She'll do 14 more damage to herself.
You watch the blood carve into yourself. The blood drops, and the same thing happens. Grass shoots up from where your blood hits the ground, and then pushes off to the edge of the circle.
Do I notice anything change with the trees in the perimeter?
You can
or
roll
anything?
a perception check.
Okay.
-10 due to delirium from blood loss.
She spent days at less hit points than this.
Unfortunately, true.
Can I come up and look at her through my hand?
Who, Emma?
No, the tree.
Hold on. Trying to. You notice with your blood dropping on the ground, you notice that a pair of trees have split off, and you can see a tunnel.
Okay, so Emma won't go for a third. She's not gonna like try to squeeze it or anything. She'll let it continue to weep on the ground. And we'll say to the tree, "Thank you for your time, Hortolanus, and I hope this gift can express how much I appreciate the life that I have, that the forest makes possible for all of us."
She nods. You may leave.
Emma will shoulder the saddlebags. And we'll start to walk towards the tree tunnel.
You start to walk towards the tree tunnel. What are the rest of
Well-
you up to?
Like I said, I'm looking at
Right, you're looking at
Sure.
what are the rest of you up to?
Steel, Blue, Khaled, Cheryl Gorath.
Shield Gorath. What?
Cover.
So, what was your fucking name? Horticulturalist. Hortulanus. Hortulanus?
Yep.
Yes. So is this what you want? Our life force for the forest?
That is the most commonly received gift.
Very well. I'm happy to give you. I presume Emma left the child behind, or did she allow her to take her with her?
I don't know, Roar, or Emma, did you leave the child behind?
I would have picked up the child on the way out because I figure we're leaving now.
Yeah, so you watch as Emma walks away with the child.
Do you want each of us to give you an offering before you allow us to leave?
I am not the decider of such things. It's them. And she gestures towards the circle of trees.
If I haven't given enough, then I'm sure the trees will let us know. Perhaps we should see.
Okay. I will walk towards the trees and yell, "Hey, trees! Do you still want more blood?"
Do you just walk? You walk and you shout that. How far are you willing to go?
I will walk slowly until I see some kind of reaction.
Give me a perception check.
Boy, howdy! I hope they don't attack me. I have 13 hit points.
Steel, you literally asked if they wanted more blood. You fucking.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
What's wrong with asking?
Well, nothing. Just don't be mad when
You
they take.
watch as the trees get ready to attack you.
Okay, I will go back.
When I'm approaching this tunnel, does it seem like it's reacting to the fact that I'm bringing Rory?
No.
Okay.
I don't like to assume things.
I did bleed myself twice, just in case, so I could bleed for Rory.
Hey man, I'm keeping track of how much people are bleeding. Don't you worry.
Okay, well, in order to not kill myself with this, I'm gonna do lay on hands on myself first.
Nice, nice,
Where?
nice.
Where? How do I
Pro,
do this
pro
again?
gamer strat.
1d6 every 2 paladin levels. What is my paladin level? 6. That's 3d6, if my math be correct.
Hey, nice. You guys watch as Gareth touches himself. There's a glow of kind of grayish light, and his wounds seem to close up.
Do any of the rest of you need any healing?
All of the rest of them need some kind of healing. I don't think there's anyone that's fine.
Anyone speaking up?
19. I have 19 health.
Would anyone like to be groped by me?
What?
Would anyone like to be groped by Gareth?
Hey man, that's a weird thing to say.
I will take your grope.
Alright. I will grope. I will use grope on hands on blue.
When I think about you, I touch myself.
That's a classic right there.
Henry, orc woman?
I am actually... I know I look, state, but I'm fine. In fact, I shall do it now. And you watch as he strides into the circle and pulls out a rapier.
Alright, I'll kind of lean my head forward where the tree smacked me and point.
Trees don't seem to respond.
No, someone's asked if I needed healing or not.
Oh, you get 10 healing. Wow, look at you.
Alright, so it's for you, and then Goratrix? Or, what was your name? Sizoth or something? Zigator.
I don't think he gave you that name. I think you're still Goratrix to him.
No, I'm pretty sure he told me his name was
has
Zigator.
a name.
I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, he told me he was Zigator, because I remember saying that I'm not going to remember that.
Oh, nice. So you did remember that, so you're a liar.
Well, because he has it on the player list.
I don't know if I need healing or not.
He did. He does. He does.
Then I'll give him some healing.
Emma wants healing too, but Emma's gonna wait until the necessary sacrifices have been.
Didn't you already leave?
Yeah, I was also just about to say that.
I mean,
as much as I need it,
I
was
walked
going to
into the
protect it.
tunnel, and I'm waiting for everyone else. I don't want to get separated, but I also wanted to know whether or not I could walk into it with Rory.
Alright, I'm going to give, so those 8 to Goratrix, and then another one for me, 13. Okay.
I forgot how much I like tuna salad.
Alright.
What a thing to just say.
My turn.
Bowl
How
of
do
it
I-
in front of me.
How do I do this?
Stab yourself.
Figure out how you're gonna self-harm, and then make a roll appropriate for your level of self-harm.
Oh, trigger warning for the YouTube.
Let's see.
we-
This is the first time I'm using my weapon against myself. Alright, well, thank God that's not a real attack. 6 damage.
Keeping those numbers average.
Excellent. Now I'll do it again.
Most consistent roller. Wonderful.
5 damage. Now I'll do it again.
What?
8 damage.
You guys watch as he just
Why are you?
pulls his longsword out. And, what are you doing? Are you cutting yourself?
Yes.
Just on
This
the
is
arm?
for me, for my horse, and for lead.
You guys watch as he works his arm like a violin.
If you need life force appropriate to the oh shit, my horse is pretty big. Maybe I should do it once more.
That was for attention.
His blood is just like
I'm just getting a bit
pooling
lighter.
on
Just
the ground around him.
one more time.
Oh!
I crit myself.
You take 10 damage.
10 damage. I am now wobbling about, pale-faced. That should be enough, right? Come on, Argrain.
You guys watch as Hortulanus reaches a hand out, puts it like this giant hand up to your chest. And you receive 23 hit points as she focuses some of the green energy that kind of pools around her into you.
Oh. Well, hey, thanks. It was very generous of you. Well, let's go, Agravain. I did my part.
Agravain. Ballin'. But at what cost? Alright, that just leaves Bloop and Shorgesh and Goratrix.
I'll pull out one of my arrows, and I guess I'll find an appropriate spot in a forearm, not too close to a vein, and just kind of get myself a good jab, and let the blood go in the grass.
roll damage for me? Also, do you do that inside the circle or outside the circle?
Everyone's doing it inside the circle, right? That's where I was going to do it.
Okay. You walk up to inside the circle. Stab yourself with an arrow.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine Gareth did all that sawing on his arm outside the circle and it didn't count.
You gotta roll the damage, Jeremy. I gotta see it. Wonderful. Jesus. That's something. Look at all that damage. Dang. Alright. So you stab yourself in the forearm. Blood pushes up past your green skin. Spatters onto the forest ground. And you are... good, probably.
Alright, well, I'll go where everyone else is going and see if I get smacked in the face by a tree limb again.
Alright, you start to head towards... Sorry, this sort of tunnel of trees. Bloop!
Well, I just realized I rolled really bad on all those damage rolls.
Yeah, you really did. Good thing, though. Good thing.
Is everybody else gone?
Goratrix and yourself are the only ones kind of left. The others are all waiting off to the side.
Take a step into the ring and look this tree person right in the face.
Okay.
Well, facsimile of their face.
It is. They have a face.
Oh, good.
It's
So they look
a feminine face. With,
There's
she
no
has
need
like
to get all Gareth about this, okay?
she has like a sharp chin.
like.
I did say this one is more humanoid.
It was just my upbringing, guys. Give me a break.
May I ask a question that you may or may not have an answer for?
Perhaps.
Well, going this way, help me find what I'm looking for.
She kind of... What are you looking for?
Something very dear to me. As dear as this forest is to you.
Roll diplomacy for me, please.
Can do, will do. And I can find it. There it is.
Can't stop, won't stop. Can't get enough.
Can't get enough of it.
You say that. You watch as Hortulanus kind of looks at you. She kneels down. She gets up close. Her head is like 3 times the size of your body. She crouches down to you, and she whispers, "I hate this forest."
Well, why can't you leave?
Because my brother was murdered here, and our father, well, won't let anything happen to me. She brushes her hands on her knees.
So what you're saying is, your father won't let anything happen to you, but if you left, he still wouldn't? Or are you saying he's keeping you here?
The second one.
Ah. Interesting.
Yes.
Well. Oh, it's the dog. Sorry, I was like hearing this weird noise behind me. It's my dog snoring. Well. Perhaps maybe things will change for you one day and you'll be able to find, for lack of a better word, greener pastures in a new land.
Hilarious. I don't know what you're looking for. I hope you find it.
I appreciate that.
That way is the exit. She points towards the tunnel.
Oh, okay. I start walking towards the exit.
You walk towards the exit?
Yeah.
Okay.
You haven't made your sacrifice yet, Blue.
Oh, was I supposed to do the thing? I thought you kind of liked me. I'm sorry.
I have no control over this forest. It's the trees! How many times?
Listen, I was born in the forest.
This one?
One.
Is
One
this
forest the same as another.
is this like the forest you were born in?
I mean, some would say my forest was pretty crazy, but
Does it have angry visages of me running around and attacking people for no reason?
Holy shit, that was you?
No, it was a visage of me.
Oh, well, sorry for what happened.
Thank you.
Listen, if I could get you out of here, I would. But I don't know your dad. So
But I can't, so bye.
You would have to
seem
speak
like
with
a-
the Titan Silvato. And even I don't know where he is.
I look back at, I look at Gore, and then I look at Emma, I'm like, maybe we could do that. Anyway, I just grabbed my, little pocket knife.
You having trouble, Bloop? You want me to sacrifice on your behalf?
No,
I got
It's
extra
okay,
hit
dude.
points.
it's okay, buddy.
My blood came back.
I guess I just cut my palm of my hand open and rub it on the ground.
Oh.
Sensually.
Alright. Roll the damage for me. But add 2 more damage die to it as you directly put your hand on the ground.
They're sucking it up.
I don't know how to do that. How do I do that?
Well, you roll an attack.
Give me a second here.
I believe a pocket knife is a dagger, so that's a d4. So if you just slash R 3d4.
Attack roll die.
It's the damage roll die you want to increase.
Damage roll die. So if I just put 3d4 here.
If you just put
I
plus
just do
2.
plus 2 d4.
Yeah.
Single attack.
There you go.
Did that work? Did it work? Did it work?
No.
Wait for the roll.
Well, now there it goes.
There you go. Okay. So you take 9 damage as you
I take the.
cut your hand and then place it directly on the ground, and you feel the grass shoot up into your hand and start to engorge itself before you pull away.
Huh. That was.
It's not. It wasn't a pleasant feeling.
Don't like that.
Well, I don't say anything, but I look at the tree person. I'm like, huh.
Just gives you a kind
That
of
was-
grimace.
Life of a band person. This is not. Anyway, I pull my hand up and
I get my blood sucked by grass on a damn near
I
nightly
put my hand
basis.
up and,
This
wrap
did
my-
not
wrap my
happen back at band camp.
Yo, life of a guy in band. I'm always getting sucked. You know what I mean?
I wrap my hand up in my shirt and walk towards everybody else.
All right. That leaves you, Goratrix.
Cut your arm up. Cut your arm up. Bleed out.
I'm
Go
like I
big or
said,
go home.
I'm looking at her through my hand.
Right. You look at her through your hand, and you see the other Gefarenwald, the brighter, happier Gefarenwald. And in it, through the hole in your hand, she is maybe 5'2". Maybe. She's what appears to be a small child version of herself. And she looks kind of sad, but in this other version she is a small child, still in the center of this clearing. The grass is not as dense, not as high, kind of stirring in like a breeze.
Yeah. Does she react at all to me doing this?
She just kind of looks back at you. How long would you say that you've been staring at her through the hole in your hand?
Creeper.
I think I would have done it shortly after Emma walked away.
Okay, and have you been staring at her through the hole in your hand this whole time? Or just for a second?
I don't know if I would have been staring at her the whole time, or if I would have been like looking at her, then looking around, and looking back at her.
Okay.
But like, the focus of looking through the hand was definitely on her. If that's what you're trying to ask.
I'm trying to ask how long you've been holding your hand up to your eye.
Oh, how long has all this taken? A few minutes?
Yeah, a few minutes.
A few minutes.
Okay.
A few minutes.
Roll a fortitude save, please.
Oh, you can.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's getting closer, Colby.
Oh God.
Getting
Oh
closer.
no.
I am rapidly
no.
approaching.
Shia LaBeouf. It's Shia LaBeouf.
Did you forget that it was getting closer? Oh, you're so lucky that was a nat 20. Alright. You feel something
It tripped.
on the other
Lost
side of your
ground.
palm push up through the hole, but you manage to close your hand before anything happens.
I like audibly make these noises and like visibly crunch into myself as I do this.
Hortulanus looks at you. She leans forward towards you. It's a gift
Hi.
you've been given, but also a curse.
Yeah, I've been finding that out slowly.
That hole in your hand is a hole between planes. And if you're not careful, the things on the other side will try to get out.
That's why I have this wrapping here.
Well, you should probably put it back.
Oh, I shudder. Straighten myself, shake myself off. I look up at her, reach my other hand out, like, open-wise, so, like, she can... I'm basically just asking for her hand.
She gives you a finger. She moves her
I
giant
close-
hand towards you.
Yeah, I close on top of it. I am sorry about your brother.
Thank you.
He seemed like a good... I'd stop and think. Man, I know that's not the right word, but...
He was. He was the best.
Who's the best of them and the worst?
Hopefully we can... Hopefully I meet you again. Hopefully I can meet him again.
You watch as she's holding your hand. Or sorry, you're holding onto hers. That green energy kind of sparkles up and around her. Moves in a circle down her arm and then over you. And
What?
then just kind of dissipates.
What is this? Lethy smacked me with a branch last time I tried playing with it.
Well, if Lethy smacked you with a branch, she probably had a good reason to. But
Like
this
I said, I was playing with it.
This is magic. You know what magic is, right? The world hasn't descended that far into barbarism.
I shake my ankles. Yeah, a little.
This is magic. My magic. And his, some. Where you go from now on, if you approach any of my sisters, they will know that you've met with me. How they feel about that, well, we'll see, but they will know.
Okay. One of your sisters, I also met her as well. Brassica?
Yes, I felt her
She
leave the
had-
world.
Okay. Lethy was very upset when she found out.
Yes, they were sisters.
Well, are you not?
We're sisters in a different way. We're sisters in a... Anyway, I don't have to explain this to you, and so I won't.
Well, you don't. Again, thank you for everything.
You're welcome.
I reach into my pack and I slide my hand along the enforcer's rapier blade.
Okay.
Because you said already, like when you described it, you said it was already like super sharp.
Yes.
Cut yourself to the touch, basically.
It is.
So I just slide my hand along that and then put it into the ground.
You put your hand to the ground?
Yes, and I don't flinch either.
I mean,
You don't flinch as your eyes roll back in your head.
you might know. Let's see what happens to you. You might fucking die.
But yeah, put my hand to the ground.
Why didn't that?
Did you get heals from the neighborhood paladin?
He did.
Yeah, he healed me.
Okay.
Alright, you take 10 damage, which is roughly half your health, as the grass shoots up and starts to push into your hand as it devours your blood.
As this is happening, I just say thank you and Sylvan as well. Quietly, though.
Thank
Like,
you. What?
Just thank you in general.
Okay. And then you take your hand off and leave?
Yeah, we come up out of the circle, and I wave bye before I go.
After you leave the circle, she seems no longer able to see you.
I still wave bye.
Okay. And you guys push into this darkened tunnel of trees, which seems to form. As you walk along, almost immediately, that clearing you were in disappears. And you guys walk through this oppressive darkness for maybe 2 hours.
Don't lose your focus, Gareth. Remember where you're going.
Big think time.
Yes, sir. I should also mention I would be switching my focus to that now as well.
It doesn't matter, because the forest has decided where you're going.
I hope it's where I want to go.
It's
No.
exactly where you want to go. All of a sudden, sunlight breaks through, and you guys exit out the side of the forest. You are on a hill, and before you see a kind of lightly forested countryside that stretches out. Into the distance, you see mountains off to the northeast, capped in snow. And
Gareth.
off in the distance, you see a small town with little, what's the word? Fingers of smoke rising out of it from chimneys.
Fingers?
Do
I don't
you know where we are?
Huzzah! That is, I believe, the village that Rory came from.
Yeah, what's the name of that village?
Does this look like your home, Rory?
Yeah!
We've returned to Jingledorf. Come, Rory. Let's get you back to your parents.
I bet your parents really want to see you.
I hope so. They might be mad, because they shout at me when I go outside too late.
Well, I guess we'll just have to do something really fun before we talk to them, huh?
Like what?
And off the other side, I'll put the saddlebags down.
Yep.
And then I'm going to rocket up. I'm going
Okay.
like 400 feet in the air.
You shoot up. Rory squeals in delight as you fly around with her. From 400 feet up, you see a little bit more of the landscape. You can see the other towns in the distance. Yeah. It just seems like off in the distance, you can kind of see what looks like the glimmer of a city.
You've seen, and now you can see all kinds of things that nobody else gets to see. Do you know what that is? And I'll point towards the city.
Oh, that's hold on, let me pull my map out. Oh, there's no way she's gonna be able to pronounce this. Das Dengnek Akradum.
And
Very
below
good,
us?
Rory. And now you'll never see anything again. Proxy.
Oh no, that was almost Goratrex. Which one of the homes below it? Can you tell which one is yours?
She like brings her attention back to the small town just on the outskirts of the forest. Oh, it's that one, and she points vaguely to like near the edge of the town. You can tell because I have a red roof and nobody else does.
Well, we're gonna go back down and
Okay.
talk to everybody real quick, and then we're gonna see how fast we can get there.
I
How's that sound?
want to go fast.
I'll come back down to the ground.
Scenic.
Okay. So you go back down to the ground. Land next to everyone. What's everyone else's reactions to finally being out of the forest?
I kind of like that place. Peaceful.
Peaceful.
I'm gonna have to
look
do
over
something
Henry.
about the huge scars on my arm now.
Oh no, the scarring went away with the healing.
Too
Henry.
bad. Might give me street cred.
Yes, Shosgreth.
Chef.
Yes, chef.
I ain't no bitch, chef.
Shale Gorath.
Shorgesh.
100 gold.
100. Oh,
Come on.
you turn to Henry and say 100 gold.
Yep.
He goes, yes. Allow me to hold on. Let me just. And he starts digging through his backpack.
100 gold.
Come on.
Let me. Oh,
Right, kind of narrow.
what?
You didn't agree to something you couldn't do. Did
No. I just. It's at the bottom of the bag. I threw the money in first, so I have to dig through all the items.
Emma just puts a hand on Henry's shoulder and says, "Once we're somewhere more comfortable, you can dig through that bag, and we'll hand 100."
No.
gold over."
Oh. Emma, you have 100 gold on you?
I have some gold.
Why? You were just
Well-
wandering around the town. Why are you carrying that amount of money on you?
Well, I
You could get
pity
robbed.
I pity the fool. I pity whoever decides to try to hold me up for my purse.
I suppose.
Did you?
She just
Hey,
thought
did you not see what
almost
she
said,
did at
I
that
pity
party?
the fool.
Wait,
Um,
Henry.
I'll-
I'm sorry.
I will pay the 100 gold so we can dig through that bag when we're more comfortable.
Okay. So there you go. There's your 100 gold, Shorgesh.
Pulls my hand.
Bites one of the coins.
Bites one of the
Hey,
coin.
you never know.
It tastes like money.
Delicious.
Delicious money.
Cha-ching, cha-ching.
Gareth,
Aye.
Rory and I were gonna do something, and I was hoping that we could put these saddlebags on your horse.
Oh, that
That's
shouldn't
okay
be
with you.
that shouldn't be too much of a problem. Not only is he a good, smart horse, he's also quite strong. How heavy are the things?
300 pounds.
I will
at
add
this
them
point-
to Agravain's sheet for you.
At this point, Bloop looks at Gareth and looks at Agravain, then looks at Emma and says, like, "Holy shit, he is real."
What?
Yeah. Yeah, she's totally. I suppose once we get to the town, maybe we should actually meet each other. I wasn't entirely sure you were. I thought maybe you were an image from the forest.
Or a spirit.
Yeah, it happens all the time. Sometimes, well, I mean, there's lots of ghosts in the forest.
Really?
You met them.
Maybe I am a ghost.
Didn't you meet the Are you a ghost? She pokes you.
I
I don't
put
know.
my hand on his leg.
Maybe I am a ghost.
He seems
What if there are ghosts
physical.
who don't know that they're ghosts?
Maybe.
Well,
Have you ever heard that one bard's tale, The Sixth Sense?
Yes. I played it often at my more dreary location.
I lean into him. See to the people.
for some reason, Bybin are obsessed with that one.
I spit when you say Bybin.
Henry speaks up. He goes, I knew it was a ghost the moment that they didn't set the table for two.
Well, you always were the clever one.
Yes.
I just get so wrapped up in the emotion of things. I don't know.
It's okay, Emma.
I suppose we will see you. We will see you at the village.
What?
And
She's flying.
just blast off.
Dang girl.
I look at Gareth and I say, I once knew a song about many armies filled with ghosts. One even took down an elephant.
Really?
Yes.
Well, you must sing it for me sometime. In the meanwhile, we should head into town.
Okay.
I'm going as fast as I can.
Oh!
I'm like skimming like 10 feet off the ground.
Well, that'll require a fly check.
Hey, Henry.
That one. Kill the kid.
Remind me again.
Kill the child.
Kill the child. Because if you drop them, that's 9d6.
Suffer not the little children.
Suffer not the child to live. Is that what?
Judas must die.
Dash
Judas
their
must die.
heads
Judas
against
must
the
die.
stones.
Was it great?
I don't kill Rory.
I'll be the judge of that. But yeah,
Actually,
you, Rory, like, squeals in delight, and she very quickly points you to, like, a road, like a path.
you drop
And
her
you
and she
guys-
lands right on the roof of her house.
You guys, like, shoot across the road, just skimming over the top of it. You see a few farmers go, ah, what the hell?
Damn shitty folk and their flying machine.
Hey, you could hurt someone, you know? As they've got, like, an oxen pulling hay towards the town.
I feel like Rory says, "Oh, that's just old John. He sees things all the time, so it's fine." Old
Yeah,
John.
she's like, she says, yeah, that is old John.
Old John.
Daddy says don't
Kooky
listen
old
to him.
John.
He's a
Oh.
drunkard.
Old John, Dad says that he gets touchy with the cows. I don't know what that means. You're supposed to touch them because you gotta milk them, right?
I'm not a farmer, Rory, but I'm sure your father knows.
He told me he was involved in something called the Edom Claw horse case. Don't know what that means.
He says that he says Uncle John gets very lonely.
He says that's why Uncle John walk funny.
Yeah, I'll follow her directions and fly her to her house.
Yeah. So you sweep in. Do you skim like the town roads, or do you go over the wall?
I mean, I'm making this exciting for Rory.
All right. So you blast into this little town. Let's activate the map.
Holy shit. Old town.
Oh, very original.
It's actually Longwind, Hamlet. Old Town's just the oldest part. Stupid.
Fucking
I'm sorry,
rube.
I can leave.
How come the other one isn't labeled Newtown?
Because that's not how things work. Everyone knows that.
Incomplete map.
Anyway. Rory directs you to a house. You come in over the cold bridge, and she directs you to a house just here. Just inside the wooden palisade. And you see town guard kind of like shout at you. Not in like a... if you were to do this in Brennenstadt, the Legion would shout once, level bows, and then shoot at you. Here, the town guard just kind of shouts, and they kind of like rattle spears at you as you fly by.
They can't afford arrows.
But
Or else they stop again.
Sorry?
Say stop. Or else they stop again.
Yeah.
Stop, or I'll be real mad.
One of them shouts, "Here now, you gotta come through the gate!" Ah, dang it. All these flying types.
Phooey.
Very
Uh,
Pokemon these days.
But you, do you land at the front of the back door?
I guess the front door.
Okay. So you come up to the front. There's a little picket fence, a little garden with some flowers and some carrots and potatoes and such. You land inside, and the front door is like open, and inside you can hear the sound of conversation and like children kind of running around.
You have brothers and sisters?
Yeah, I'm the oldest.
Oh, well. Maybe we should go say hi to your parents.
Okay, yeah, I'll show you around the house. And she like hops down and grabs your hand, and she pulls you into the house. It's a nice little like cheery cottage. Think like a hobbit hole type thing.
As we're passing through the door, I'll reach with the other hand and like knock on it to be at least a little bit polite while I'm rudely like running into this stranger's house.
So you do that, and she is like pulling on you. And you hear from the kitchen, you hear someone yell, "Coming!" And you go, "That's Dad. We gotta go say hi to Dad." And then she pulls you into the kitchen. This man turns around, balding, kind of portly, like maybe 5'4", and he turns and his jaw just like drops at like first seeing you, and then like seeing Rory, and he collapses onto his knees as she runs towards them, and they hug. And you see Rory is like crying, and there's snot coming down her nose.
I'll let them. I'll wait for him to talk to me, and I'll just sort of stand there.
Yeah, you stand there, and the rest of the family comes in. The mother and like 3 other tiny little kids, and they all like just pounce on Rory in this like crying, like sobbing hug.
They pounce on Royal and they begin to feast upon her flesh.
Yes, because she was weak.
Jesus.
But yes,
She was weak.
there's like a crying mess for the moment.
Is there like a chair at a table in the room that I can just like have a seat in the chair or something?
There's like a
Emma
stool.
likes to sit a lot. It's where you start every scene with, Emma looks for a seat to sit in.
Now, this will be something of a novelty for Emma because you've never been in like a poor person's house before.
Yeah.
So you kind of look around. There's a small table.
There was never a middle accommodation. She went from one to the other.
Yeah. So you look around. There's like a small table with like 6 chairs. There's a counter. There's a little wash basin. Like the kitchen is not large, and you can see someone was clearly in the middle of like scrubbing the dishes out in the wash basin. But there are some chairs to sit on. And when
You know, I think she like looks over at the chair and then has a seat and looks around, and then just sort of gets right back up to look around and be like, "Wow, this is this is interestingly quaint."
when you sit on the chair, it creaks ominously. And you get
she
back
doesn't
up.
want to break it. She gets up.
And there's like you kind of, as you look around, you see there's a like a gathering room beside the hearth, that the kitchen kind of stretches into, and then just like a closed door which might lead to a bedroom, and then another like a stairwell that leads up to a second floor.
Yeah, she'll just sort of do a little bit of a walk around and just sort of like be looking at things and just being generally very curious about it. She's
Okay.
not going to interrupt the family moment. She'll wait for someone to acknowledge her.
Yeah.
She doesn't want to be rude about barging into some stranger's house.
After a few minutes, the mother kind of pulls herself away, and the kids all like still cling on to her, but the dad kind of like takes a step away. Not towards you, just like a little bit away from the kids. And the mother approaches you and goes, hi, hello. So sorry. We just weren't expecting to see Rory make it back. I'm her mother.
Huh? Wait
Mrs.
a
Rory.
minute.
I have a name.
You.
I'm Rose Guzgig.
Sorry, run that by me again.
Rose Guzgig.
Rose Guzgig.
Okay. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name
Parents
is
must have
Emma.
hated you.
I've been traveling with a man named Gareth who was willing to and sacrificed a fair bit to ensure Rory's safety. He's actually probably a bit down the road. I just thought maybe instead of waiting for the speed of horse, you would like to see your daughter sooner.
You met the knight? He's all right?
Yes.
That
He's
was
alive.
weeks ago.
Well, he is alive.
Okay.
He's probably on his way here now,
Wonderful.
wondering why I took off.
45 minutes to an hour later.
Wonderful. Oh my goodness. Wait. Well, Rory's been missing for at least 2 months, and when... Oh no, sorry. Actually, I have to do the math on that.
Multiply by dilation, and
Well, Rory's been missing for 8 months, and
God damn.
the knight went in 2 weeks after her.
well, I don't know much about the forest. I don't know if you know much about the forest, but one of the things that I have learned while being in there is that time and distance aren't the same.
Oh, we've heard rumors from others that have traveled through it, but well, I suppose Rory will have some stories to tell us, won't she? And you watch, she kind of like rubs her hand. Oh, I don't have. We gave up on the notion of her making it home. I don't have anything to pay you offhand.
We had no agreement. I'm not looking for anything. Maybe your hospitality.
Wonderful. Please come with me. And she like takes your hands. What's your name?
Emma.
Hi, Emma. And she like kneels and gestures for you to kneel down too.
Okay.
And she begins to pray.
Emma just looks really awkward and confused and is just sort of like an inquisitive look.
Yeah, so you watch as she kneels down and she says, to all the gods living and dead, thank you for this blessing that Emma has brought to us. Thank you for sending her as your messenger to us and bringing Rory back. Thank you. And then she looks up and she smiles and she gives you a big hug.
Yeah, Emma will hug her back. She's still got like the high eyebrow going. She's like, "What? Just a prayer? Really? What just happened?"
And Rose will call her husband over, who greets you. His name is Dale Guzgig. And he...
Dale.
Yep, Dale. And he
I'll
goes...
be right
Okay.
back.
He greets you and introduces himself, and then to all the kids in turn, and he informs you that there is soup on. So if you just wait a moment, he'll get you some soup.
If I should talk to the gate guards real quickly. I did sort of fly over them. Not sure if there's a tax or something I'm supposed to pay to come in, but I don't want to accidentally be a criminal already.
Oh, you didn't answer the... Okay, yes. Well, yes, Dale will show you to the gate so that you can answer the questions.
Okay. And companions, I'm sure we'll meet them at the gate as well. I'm sure Gareth would love to come see you, and I'm sure you'd like to see Gareth after everything he's done.
Of course, We must pray for him too. I told you that we had to keep praying. And Dale's like, yes, you did, dear. All right, come on then, Emmer. We
dear.
gotta get to those guards. Make sure you're not no evil enforcer or whatnot.
And yeah,
We'll be fine.
Emma will go with him.
How far away were we from the city when she took off?
You guys were like an hour and a half walk. So Dale starts leading you through the edge of town, and he stops every now and again because villagers will be like, "Who's that you got with you there, Dale?" And then Dale goes, "Oh, this is a lady. She Emma. She brought Rory back." And then they have a whole conversation. So you guys actually do end up arriving at the gate at the same time. For the rest of you, you traveled across just like a pleasant countryside. The sun it's a little bit cloudy, but it's not overly hot or overly cold. Just like a really pleasant day as you make your way down along this winding dirt road.
In that time, Led got typhus, Cortex got dysentery.
Yep. Your wagon lost a wheel. You end up passing this farmer who's like, "You gotta watch out for them folks that fly."
I would have asked
man to
Henry.
fly would have given him wings.
I would have asked Henry once Emma left. Where's Cal?
Cal was... I don't know. I don't think he made it out. He told me to run, and he provided a distraction, and I escaped.
So you're saying there's a chance that Cal's still alive?
I crossed my well, I was sensing motives to see, but I crossed my arms and raised an eyebrow at him. Are you sure?
Yes.
I look over at Bloop.
What?
Yes, I'm sure.
You didn't do anything to him, did you? But
What? No, Cal was... I mean, I didn't know him for very long, but I appreciated his company.
I don't know shit.
Yeah, he seems to be telling you the truth. He goes, I still, in my suitcase, I have a copy of his contract.
I grab Henry's finger with my small hand.
He gives you his finger.
And I'm just like, it's okay, bud. We understand.
Yes,
We understand.
Yes, and then I was wandering around that forest, running into that confounded pool every now and again. It was terrible.
Pool? What pool?
There was just a large, like a pool of water. It had fish.
The one that heals your wounds.
No, this one had fish in it, and they say mean things.
We didn't find the insulting pool. No, we didn't find that one.
Yes,
Bad.
they say horrible things to you.
What did they say, Henry? Tell us.
I do not wish to repeat it.
Open your.
What?
They know how to cut deep.
What
Okay, Henry, come on.
Say?
Give us a little bit. What are they? Come on.
Goratrix, I appreciate the asking, but I...
My name's not Gordrix. It's Ligator, but continue.
What?
Yes.
Does Emma know?
Yes. She wasn't very happy, I don't think, though.
What? Why would you... You've signed legal documents.
You know how hard it is to get
Yes.
Cortex?
I've signed plenty of legal documents as Gordrix.
Oh my...
It's not the first time.
Listen, Henry, he's still Goretrex. It's just
He's going through a phase.
The forest changed him.
Okay, listen, man. The only legal documents I've signed that actually matter, the Legion ones, have Zigator on them, so don't...
I'll be right back.
Oh, okay. Well, good to know. Good to know. Oh, okay. Oh, this has been nothing but a stressful time. Oh,
How do you think we felt? I passed out planting a tree. These guys said we got sucked through the tree. We got put into Fardenwald.
I wasn't
Cal's not with us.
trying to start a pain Olympics or anything. I was just expressing frustration.
I'm not trying to start one either. I'm just telling you what we went through too.
I'm
Okay.
not trying to start one. I'm winning one.
Gentlemen, please, now's not the time to. Although this Cal gentleman does seem like a very fine and handsome individual,
Well, he was kind of an asshole, actually,
No,
but he was
today
one
is
of
a
those
joyous
assholes that
occasion.
grew on you.
He was
today's a joyous
fucking
occasion. We're
coward.
reuniting a little girl with her parents, so please not ruin it with, I don't know, whatever the hell you're arguing about.
Here, Henry, you can wear this. I take the legged helmet off and put it on his head.
He goes, "Oh, thank you." How? Actually, I feel a little sick putting this on, considering what's happened.
Yeah, that's from a Lost Legion, the 25th.
The 25th.
Yes,
They were lost in the Gafarenwald,
yes.
chasing
That's a
after
rare drop, Henry.
Chayad.
Mm-hmm.
You found? Where did you found this in the Gafarenwald?
Yes.
Did you find anything else with it?
Well, Henry. Okay. If we're gonna talk for a while, we can walk and talk.
I mean, you guys, I've been assuming, have been walking this whole time.
Okay. What information did you have that the Birdman didn't want you to have?
Oh,
Bergman.
Sorry, I sent that in a message too, by the way.
Well, at this point, I guess it doesn't matter. I had information that there were living gods still.
Mm-hmm.
And recently born ones at that.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
I guess he put a hit out on me for it. Wait, how did you know that the burned man didn't want me to have information?
Alec, I don't have my wrapping over my burn.
Yeah,
It's,
but
like,
he's looking at
clearly-
your eyes.
Staring
I
into
don't
your
know
beautiful
if you
eyes.
Notice it or not?
He
has
not.
I hold my arm out and glance over at it.
He looks at it and he goes, "Oh, I'm a fool."
Yeah, Emma caught me the night.
Were you the one that was in the bushes?
Gortrix literally starts laughing at that.
You son of a! I was gonna get laid.
Well, I apologize. Would that not have got you? I thought they would have said. Okay, whatever. Anyway,
I have returned.
yeah, she almost dropped me
I,
from the sky.
you know what, Gortrix? I kind of wish she had. Is our relationship based on nothing but lies?
Whose?
hell
Ours?
did I-
Yours and eyes?
How much
Yes!
longer to the gate?
You guys, you can see the town. It's very close, like a minute.
Come on,
No.
Aggravate, let's speed it up.
No, not all. Not all.
You approach. There's a small little shanty town. Markets people hauling or trying to get you to buy wheat or vegetables. And as you approach the gate, you see there are 3 guards on duty in kind of mismatched armor and weaponry, and a man in brown robes with... Oh, this is where the stuff starts getting important. I need... a man, he has in one hand a large tome, and in the other, he carries a buckler with the symbol of another buckler encased in a beam of light. And they all kind of turn to you as you approach.
Ahoy, hoy!
Oh! The man in the robes approaches. You know him to be... you know him to be Colin. A priest to the dead god Uramak, the Honorable.
Colin, old bean. I've returned.
He is an old bean.
You've been gone for 7.5 months. I see Rory's not with you, is she?
Ah, yes. You might have seen a red blur flying up above the walls here a little bit ago.
We did
that
indeed,
is
yes.
That is a companion that I met on my travels. She helped me rescue Rory. She brought her along already.
Oh.
I believe the both of them should be inside the town as we speak.
Wonderful. Well, we'll have to question them later, but for now that is... Oh.
Yeah, my apologies. Did get a bit overeager, but hopefully all is well and good now that Rory is back safely in the hands of her family.
Very well. Wonderful, wonderful. This is wonderful news.
It
a
is.
Big grin. He's bald. He has a long beard, and a big grin splits out over his face. It's like, wonderful. Well, we'll have to, yes, we'll have to celebrate somehow. Now, if you'll just stand a moment, I'll cast the spell and ask you the questions.
Okay.
Do you attempt to resist the spell?
No.
Okay. You are then under the effects. Well, actually, I have to find it here. 25. Would anyone like to resist the spell being cast right now?
What's getting cast?
You don't know. You watch as he raises the shield and it begins murmuring in Celestial, and a beam of light appears over you in a 20-foot radius, covering all of you.
Yeah, I'll resist.
All right. Anyone who wishes to resist, make a will save, please.
I need to work on this.
On your will save?
Yeah.
Hold on. Do I know what questions he's going to ask since I've been through here before?
You've been through here. He's going to ask you. He's casting a zone of truth, and he's going to ask you if you are. A member of Rexald's Dominion, if you've ever worked for Rexald,
Okay.
he's gonna ask you like a screening question. Okay, Shorgash, that's you. Would anyone else like to make this save?
I am not here yet.
For the sake of convenience, we'll say that you arrive at roughly the same time.
Well, then he has to make a caster level check.
He has to do what? Oh, because you have spell resistance, don't you?
Yeah.
God, Emma.
What does he have to beat?
God.
He has to beat a 16.
He has to beat a 16.
It's not high, but it exists.
Wow.
What is it? Is caster level? Fuck me.
See if I go to my spell thing. So yeah, it's just like a D20 plus its level.
Okay, cool. And if he fails, will that make the whole spell fail, or just not work on you?
Nope. I'll just be immune to it.
Okay, well, he succeeds.
Okay.
Then, will save if you wish to resist. Dale has gone over and he's explained that he's gonna ask you some questions, and I don't think you work for Rexald, and I don't think you're some sort of enforcer or anything. So,
do you know what spell he's casting?
it's like a spell makes you tell the truth, or it don't let you lie.
Oh.
Basically.
Then I don't bother resisting then.
Okay. So that's Shorgash and Bloop. Gortrix. Would you like to save?
About resisting a spell that forces you to tell the truth?
I mean,
Well,
you
don't know what spell it is.
know what spell it is. He's
What
someone.
I've just heard.
No. That was Dale explaining to Emma like a block ago. So, as far as you're aware, this guy is just casting a spell.
What do I have to see to what?
He did say he's about to ask some questions before he did it.
He did.
You could make a spellcraft to try to identify it while he's casting it.
You have no idea what the
Nice.
spell is.
A lot of ones so far.
I don't even know if Gore knows what the ground looks like.
Oh my god, it's a spell! Oh! He's looking around for centipedes.
He's still arguing with Henry, not even paying attention to anything.
Yeah, actually, listen, Henry. No, I wish.
And
Okay.
another thing.
Are you making the
Are we-
save or not?
No.
Okay, cool. Wonderful.
Furthermore, Henry.
And
Our relationship is not built on lies.
okay, so you cannot intentionally lie right now?
But you can talk like a fairy.
No, because he chose not to make the save.
Well, no. It's you can't speak anything that is a deliberate or intentional lie, but you can say anything that is truthful, even if it is misleading and deceitful. You just can't say anything that is factually and intentionally a lie.
You can use the word perhaps a lot.
Perhaps.
Perhaps.
All right.
Uh,
Yeah,
can
so
try-
you
can try to
become
word
aware.
game
Yeah,
with it,
okay,
but
yeah.
It's,
You can word game a
but it's
little
tough.
bit.
There's a non-zero possibility.
You just
Well,
can't.
actually, if I were to look at the semantics of, if we were to measure this versus, and
Yeah.
Oh my
So-
god! Why did I open this can of worms?
So,
you can definitely you can
okay.
definitely tell them what you're not.
So then he becomes aware that you guys chose to resist the spell. So, Bloop and Shorgesh, he kind of frowns at you, the two of you, and says, "Is there a reason you've chosen to avoid answering my questions? Under the honorable light of Urumak?"
I just don't like strange spells getting cast.
Well, if you wish to enter this town, you will have to have this spell cast upon you.
Oh, and what does it do?
It will make you answer questions honestly.
Alright.
Okay. And then he turns to you, Bloop.
Don't get mad if you don't like the answers.
Oh,
Don't
I,
wor-
didn't even know I saved against it.
You
Don't
rolled a
worry,
28,
friend.
bro.
I don't think, unless
I-
there's something I don't know, I don't think it's your answers that are going to be the one that bothers him.
I know. I just continued looking at myself.
I win so hard I don't even realize I'm doing it.
I mean, homie, I'm a bard. I don't really have anything to hide, so it's just happenstance when I see people cast spells on me.
Alrighty.
I am shameless.
The two of you will have to wait while I ask this group questions.
Oh,
And we'll
you're gonna
start-
well, hold on, before you do that, you should ask us questions first.
No,
Because if you ask them questions, then we're going to be able to formulate our answers based on their answers.
We already cast the spell on us.
Yeah, so we know what to say now.
go away. Wait over there.
I'm going to go in the city, okay?
No, you are not.
For fuck's sake!
All right. Gareth. Sir Gareth.
Just Gareth is fine.
Wonderful. You have not now, nor have you ever been, one of Rexald's goons.
Never.
You have never worked with enforcers,
Never.
and you mean, at this point, no one in this town hall.
Absolutely not.
Then, Sir Gareth, you are welcome.
Thank you, Colin.
He nods to you. Next to approach,
See you inside, guys!
he turns towards Emma, who is already inside, and says, would you state your name, please?
I am Emma Koenig.
Very well. And you are not now, nor have you ever been, one of Rexald's goons?
I no, don't
You have-
believe so.
You have never worked with enforcers?
I have worked with enforcers.
You watch as, like, all the guards, like, immediately level weapons at you.
She just like holds a hand up and says,
To what end?
"But I don't. Where I come from, they're common. Answering questions is commonplace there. They are the law enforcement where I grew up."
You have never turned over one of the faithful to the enforcers?
Ooh, God.
Ooh, I don't know.
You are so far removed from the peasants.
Not intentionally.
Yeah. I have not willingly taken any efforts against any of the faithful.
And at this moment, you mean no one in this town harm?
I don't mean harm to anyone that doesn't wish it.
He kind of thinks about that for a second. And you are the one that returned Rory to her home?
I am the one who flew over your wall quite rudely.
Wonderful. And you have
Wonderful.
Have you associated with any of the men or any of the people who tried to attack Rory?
I have no idea who attacked Rory.
Now, hold on. Okay, that's fine. He kind of looks at you, looks you up and down. Very well, you may enter, but be on your best behavior. I guess you're already inside. You may continue to be inside Longwind Hamlet. Next, you there. And he points towards Gordrix. Will you approach?
I already have my hand raised and I'm approaching.
Will you please state your name?
Zigator Karsfilter.
Zigator Karsfilter. You watch as a guard starts noting that down. Very well. You are not now, nor have you ever been one of Rexald's goons?
My hands are up. They can clearly see my Legion tattoos.
He looks at you. He notes the tattoo, but he looks at you and waits for a response.
Previously, not anymore.
Obviously not anymore. You profess no faith to Rexald, the Titan?
I profess no faith to Rexald the Titan.
He nods. You have not worked with nor associated with any enforcers?
I heard Emma's answer correct.
We're all standing in the same spot. It's the same guy asking us questions.
I don't know, were you too busy having a lover spat with Henry to notice? Then wondering why your mouth suddenly felt funny?
To the same degree Emma has.
He kind of looks to the side. That's an acceptable answer. And you do not at this moment mean anyone in this town harm?
No. If anything, I'm here to perform. And I, shake.
You shimmy a little bit.
I just imagined a little, tap dance ditty, but...
Yes, exactly.
I'm here to perform!
Very well.
Note that down.
You may enter the town.
Oh, not.
But be warned. We will be watching you.
I expect nothing less. That is my helmet, by the way. It is not his helmet.
Henry's already taken it off. He's got it behind his back.
He's like,
Helmet? What helmet?
I'll just reach out for it so he can hand it to me.
Okay. He gives you the helmet. Then he steps forward, and Colin asks him the same series of questions. You watch. He says, "I am Henry Koenig," to the first. Second, he says, "No." When they ask if you've ever worked with an enforcer, he says, "It's kind of hard to not in the Rexald's Dominion. It's a little bit difficult not to. You've never turned over one of the faithful." You watch as he says, "I have not." And then when he says, Do you wish anyone in town harm? He smiles and says no. And he is allowed entry. Agravain is questioned sarcastically. He's like, yes, Agravain, you're a good boy. And he lets him in. When they see Lead, Colin says he'll have to be held until he can be awakened and questioned.
Where you hold him, can he receive medical care?
We will take him somewhere where he'll be treated well.
He is severely injured.
He'll be at the temple.
It's enough for Emma.
One of the guards picks him up, and
As a just fair warning, so there's no surprises. If he wakes up, he may call for a friend of his. He has a pet beast. It can materialize to be with him.
very well.
Just so there's less surprises.
No, I don't think you understand. It's really ugly.
That's not very kind of you, Gareth.
That's not me talking. I've never even seen
Oh,
a carbuncle.
Oh, that's true.
Just- It can be unexpected,
Very well.
but it is harmless as long as it feels like Lead is safe.
He nods. Lead is placed on a litter, and 2 guards take him away. Down towards the center of town. Colin nods. He recasts the spell. Shorgesh, Bloop, do you resist it this time?
Shogorath.
Sheogorath.
I feel like I should just for like
Oh my god!
just to be an ass.
Bloop. You troublemaker.
You know, this happened at the last time you guys tried to get into a town.
I do like I wink at him. That's about it.
Okay, so he casts the spell. Do you resist?
All I do is wink at him.
God damn it, that boy.
I'm gonna take that as a no, you don't resist. Cool. Shorgesh,
Just wink at him.
do you resist?
I guess not.
What's
Okay.
wrong, Colby? You don't want to say that on video?
What did he say? Say it out loud.
Shove nigger off.
Oh my god.
Well, now we're banned.
That's it for me.
Game's over. We're done.
Game's over, we're done.
Time to get
Um,
you guys.
So, fuck me. Shorgesh, he points to you and
Real immature, Colby.
says, will you state your name, please?
Gorgesh Urk.
You have not now, nor have you ever been one of Rexald's goons.
Fine goon.
You have not now, nor have you ever done the will of Rexald.
You have not now,
I
nor
don't
have you
think
ever
so.
had a goon cave.
Mhm.
Very well. Oh my god. Psychic damage. What was the second question?
Have you done the enforcer? Have you worked with
Uh,
the enforcer?
You have not ever... Have you ever worked with an enforcer?
With? No. One paid me to help track some guy down who escaped their custody, and I gave him what was left.
Oh. They all look up at you. You have never turned over a worshipper to the enforcers, have you?
I don't know. I don't ask that kind of thing about people.
There's a lot of head shaking.
Look, it's real simple. Someone pays me money, I go break things or shoot people with arrows. All right, that's I don't really ask a whole lot of questions.
I've heard enough. You may not enter the town of Longwind Hamlet.
Mm-mm.
You there. Gnome. Approach.
If I get any closer, I'm gonna be in your right on you.
Will you state your name?
Loop Noopler Thunderchuck.
You're just calling frowns. You are not now.
Your
nor have you-
real name, jokester.
Your fucking name, dude.
It's a zone of truth. It has to be his real name.
I know. I'm just saying, his name is fucking great.
You have not now, nor have you ever done the will of Rexald.
Not willingly, if I have.
Not.
So no.
You have not ever worked with enforcers.
Not willingly, so no.
You can't say that
Oh.
because
So
Cal
no.
was an enforcer.
Your good old buddy Cal. Well, I wasn't an enforcer at the time that we worked together.
Ex-enforcer.
You have not ever turned over a worshipper to the enforcers?
No, we actually hid some.
Oh. Well, that's good to hear.
Yeah.
Oh, bonus
They
points,
were.
bonus points.
And-
She might have been a murderer, though. I will say that.
I mean, anything done in escaping that hellhole,
Oh no! I mean, I actually a murderer.
that's fine. I'm not.
That's fine.
I'm not judging her. I'm here to ask you questions. You do not now intend anyone in this town harm?
Unless they think a good time is harm.
Hey,
Hey, yo.
question.
You may enter the town of Longwind Hamlet.
Hey, and I'll vouch for the orc lady. She's fine. She's just a mercenary.
Shorgesh Urk, I find your questions, the answers to my questions that I did ask you, lacking. You may not enter the town of Longwind Hamlet.
And may God have mercy on your soul.
Yeah, he actually says,
The last one, the important one, though?
no, the one where
I
you
mean,
turned
ours-
over worshippers to the enforcers is the important one.
I don't know if I did. That's not fair.
If you worked for the enforcers searching people down, they were worshippers.
I can understand the dislike of somebody who has actively participated in the persecution. Found the whole thing distasteful even when I didn't know anything different. But an individual who is dedicated to their job and had no particular ill will to any kind of person, if they had no way to know and they had no motivation to target,
They had way to know. They could have asked. They had way to know they were working for enforcers. They had way to know they could have asked the person they were hunting. Shorgesh Urk will not be allowed to enter the town of Longwood Hamlet. And he slams his book closed. And that is my final say on it.
And then he grabs a staff and he's like, I've always wanted to say this. You shall not pass.
He closes his book. You feel the effects of the spell end on you.
That doesn't look what I want. Damn.
The tiefling identified as Emma. I look over, he's like, hey, do me a favor? Or I guess I'll pull a few coins out.
Sure. I mean, even if you were paid for it, seems like you were good on your word to help my brother.
Well, since these milk drinkers don't want to don't be all cooperative, there's give me I don't know, give me some beer and some mutton or something.
You've never been on this side of the forest before either, have you?
Nope.
Emma will walk over to the horse and take the saddlebags off and walk over to Shorgish and say, here, hold on to these. Don't dig through them. I'll be back.
Okay, I can carry them, but
They are heavy.
yep.
The guards seem to be not indifferent But as long as Shorgesh does not approach the gates, they aren't. I mean, they're hostile. They didn't like your answer, but they're not going to attack you unless you approach the gates.
Well, Gareth, this is Dale. I don't know if you two have met already. It seems like you probably have.
You do. You see the man who hired you to find his daughter. Portly,
Dale, it's
balding.
apparently been a long time. I seem to have lost my sense of time while I was in the forest.
Yes, you've been gone for near a year.
Ah, well, I don't sweat the small details. As long as your daughter is back safe and sound, that's all that matters in the end. Yes.
Yes, I'm sorry, but I don't have anything to pay you with. We thought you were dead.
Oh, you don't have to worry about that at all. I couldn't possibly accept payment for rescuing a lost child. It's just the sort of thing that a knight does.
Give me a diplomacy check. Jesus. You watch as he goes, well, thank you kindly, Sir Gareth. You're always welcome at the Guzgig house, of course. And if we can provide you anything at all, we will.
Well, I appreciate that very much. And likewise, if you or anyone else in town is in need of help from a knight, I will, I suppose I'll be here for the foreseeable future until I am forced to move on.
Well, of course, I'll make sure that I'll spread the word about you.
Well, the rest of us, unfortunately, are not from this area. We don't know anything, and we don't really have much except what we brought with us.
Right. You newbies.
Hopefully between the two of you, the rest of us can get situated and oriented. Maybe something other than the berries we've been eating in the woods.
Well, there, Miss Emmer, we'd be happy to have you up at the you too, Gareth. It might be a little bit tight, but we'll be happy to have you up at the house. In the meanwhile, I can lead you and your friends to the tavern.
Sounds like we have people who wish to make money there, and I have an errand to run for somebody who took care of my brother.
I offer my arm for Emma.
She'll take your arm.
All right.
Well, I'll catch up with you guys later. I'm going to take the goddamn. Why do I keep Agravain over to the stables?
Agravain whinnies.
But we'll meet again soon.
Alrighty. Who do we go with first?
We go
Roll a D, whatever.
D's nuts.
Steel, high or low?
Low.
Alright. It was low. We're following you. You watch as the group... Yeah, but I wanted to roll, so shut up.
Damn.
Loser!
Got told.
That's right.
Owned.
But you watch as Dale leads them further into town, and you turn... it's not far, the stable. It's maybe 10 meters away from the entrance. And you lead Agravain up. It's a low building with a few horses already stabled inside. As you approach, the office is totally sealed up. But when you knock on the door, a door opens and you see inside a curtained off area. It's just like a kind of closet-sized space that's been curtained off from the rest of the office building.
Okay. I'll knock on the wall, I guess. Hello? Anyone here? Service.
Shut the door behind you and come in through the curtain.
Okay. I'll do that.
You enter. You come through the curtain. You see the office space has been lit with candles, and sitting behind an office, or sorry, not an office, behind a counter, a book in their hand. You see a young Bibon woman look up and over at you and goes, "Howdy, sir. What can I do for you?"
I was hoping to stable my horse here for the time being.
Of course. Let me give me a second. She puts the book down, starts kind of scattering around, and finds a clipboard with a piece of charcoal attached. Name, sir?
Gareth.
Gareth. And name of the horse?
Agravain.
Agravain. And color?
Color is he? Brown, I guess.
Brown. All right. And you got a breed there?
Brown with white socks.
No.
He's a horse.
Very funny. Do you have papers claiming that you own him?
No.
Oh, all right. Well, give me a second. Him. And she picks up a bell. You consent to this, right?
Sure.
You get Zone of Truth cast on you. You didn't steal his horse, did you?
Absolutely not. I would never.
All
Agravain
right.
is my trusted friend.
Okay, wonderful. All right. And then she rings the bell and the spell cancels. Like, alrighty. Well, in that case, there's a stable 4 is available. How would you like to pay? Money? Blood? She gives you a look.
Blood?
That's what she's Bibon.
I'm just joshing your train. We don't do here or there. We don't do that sort of stuff here at the fair stables. All right. Per night, that'll be 2 silver.
All right. Well, I'll just I pat my pants. I think back. I seem to have lost my money when I was pelted with many boulders in the forest by treants.
Oh, well, that's no
I
good,
don't.
sir. Do you have something to conserve collateral?
Let's see. Something worth 2 silver, or thereabout. How about this silvered longsword?
Alrighty. We'll keep that silvered longsword here. I'm not going to touch it, if you don't mind just putting it on the counter. I'll get
yes,
some
sure.
tongs. Alright, thanks. We'll keep that here. It's kind of cruel that Mr. Fair makes us accept money in silver when we can't even touch the goddamn... Anyway.
That is strange. Well,
Sometimes I think he's a real asshole. Anyway, yeah, so while you go and get money, we'll keep this silvered longsword here. If you wouldn't mind just putting your signature there on the bottom. And she turns the clipboard around to you.
okay. Well, I'll come back for you, Agravain, and pay my dues.
Agravain is
Soon as-
outside.
Agravain. He came in with me, of course. He's my beloved horse.
Okay.
I've lost my train of thought now.
My
I'll come back when I got money.
All right. Hey, what are you fuckers? And you see there's a grumble off to the side, and the halfling boy kind of leans forward and is like, "Hey, get this horse out of here and get him into a stable." Right. Then gets up out of where he was sleeping in like a little box, takes Agravain, leads him outside. Pleasure doing business to you. I look forward to seeing you again, sir.
Yes, you too. Now, how do I get money?
Well, looking like you do, I'd say prostitution.
I'll take that as a compliment.
It was worth one.
Well, I'll see you later.
You sure will.
Done.
As you leave, she shouts, "There's a real live nightlife around these parts."
I said the scene is done.
I decide when the scene is done.
You don't get to.
I don't want to be
yet.
sexually harassed by a fucking vampire.
Again.
Again.
But you head out. Where are you headed to?
I guess I'll go back to Dale's place.
Yep. You start heading towards Dale Place. Emma, Goratrix, Bloop, follow Dale.
Yo, what's up?
Sorry, I was trying to remember everyone in that group, but Shorgesh is outside and Bloop is inside. So, Dale leads you through this kind of quaint little town. There are people bustling. As he walks by, people kind of holler at him, and he shouts back that he's busy. He ends up leading you towards the town square, which is this large, open, cobblestone area with a... to the south, there's this huge building made of white marble. And to the north, there's just like little houses. You watch as he stops and he makes a sign at the marble building and then leads you across the town square to a 3-story building, which, like, the floors get larger as it goes up. So it's kind of like a reverse wedge. And he leads you to it. This here is Old Town Tavern. Best place in town for traveling folk. They get a lot of newbies, so don't worry. No one's going to wake you up, proselytizing at your door. Say, I got a question for you. Law. Is it really true that they just, like, hang worshippers from trees down there?
I don't think you wish to know the truth to that question.
That sounds... That question...
Suffice it to say that they are dealt with very harshly.
Awful. Well, I'm glad you got out of it, Miss Emma. Terrible place down there. Nothing good. Anyway, this here's the tavern. I'm gonna head back to home, see my little girl. Be sure to swing by. I'm sure the rest of you helped rescue Rory too, so if you ever need anything from us, just give us a knock.
I'll be sure to come visit Rory again. She was such a pleasure.
Yeah. Well, thank you for saying that. Do you know anything about these ghosts she was talking about?
She did end up meeting some strange characters in the forest, including a camp of the dead.
Oh, aye.
And they treated her quite well.
Oh, that's good. She's wearing some weird-looking clothes, so I'm glad she was amongst friends.
I will say you might want to be careful with some of the gifts she's received. I don't know the temperament of people around here, but they are worth quite some money where I come from. I don't know how much of a... I don't know how much of a danger, maybe, that presents to your family. I don't know. But just so you know, those are quite valuable gifts she received.
Don't you worry about it, Miss Emmer. Up here, we don't have enforcers willing to shake anyone down for the money they got. It's just kind-hearted folk.
Well, as long as you're not worried about your neighbors shaking you down, I suppose all is well. I just thought it was worth the warning.
You know what? You might have a point. Mr. Fisk is quite the nosy man.
Wilson?
Who?
Say I heard Fisk. I'm like,
He thinks he's a kingpin, but he's actually just a fool.
Oh, what does he do?
Nothing. Lays about drunk all day.
Where does he touch cows?
No, that's Johnson.
Oh, okay.
How much money did Shorgish give Emma
Sheragora?
for food and drink?
5 gold ought to cut it, right?
That's more than enough.
That's way okay.
5 gold worth. How about that?
All right.
Yeah.
So he goes, all right. Well, I'll see you hopefully soon. Stew's on all time if you need any. Cheers! And he heads out. Do you guys enter Old Town Tavern?
I
Sure.
plan to go in.
'Kay.
And I plan to buy. I plan to spend all of that 5 gold on
Don't
meat,
worry.
starch, and alcohol.
We'll get
for,
to that.
For sure, Gesh. Okay.
So you guys enter. Immediately, like, the tavern is like that crowded, kind of hot place. People are calling back and forward to one another, and you see a wide variety of people. There's humans, elves, there's a few dwarvish people, there's halflings, there's a few gnome. You see a dragonborn in the back, kind of like quietly nodding along to some stuff. You see 2 other tiefling people. One working behind the bar, the other sitting at a stool, strumming some music out. And their servers weave through with like a practiced ease.
I would like to flag a server down.
Right. One of them comes towards you. Little halfling woman. Oh, what's going on, dear? Can I get you anything? You look like a newbie. You a newbie?
New to here, yes.
That's what I thought. All right. Can I get you anything, my dear?
And I'll just hold my hand out with 7 gold in it, and say, "I require drink, meat, and starch."
You hold 7 gold out, and you watch as her
To go.
eyes fucking boggle. Like, what are you carrying that kind of fortune around? Put that away!
Well, this fortune could belong to this establishment.
Oh,
You give me the top shelf you've got.
Derek could hate that one. All right, come on to the... Keep your hand on that. Come on. And she leads you to the bar where a kind of older male tiefling, kind of like silver streaks through his hair. One horn has been broken off. The other kind of curls around underneath his jaw. He looks down. He's like, What's going on here?
What's all this then?
What's all this then?
Wait, there's a pause, and Emma says, "You don't have any wings?"
All right. Fucking calm down, love. Listen, now...
Got a license for those wings.
I'm sorry, I've never met another. I thought...
What, another tiefling without wings? You ever met another tiefling at all?
No.
Oh. Well. Shit. Feel kind of bad now.
Blimey.
You a newbie?
New to here, yes.
Yeah, that makes sense. Alright. Alright, well...
Sorry, I was just surprised. I don't know. I guess
Well-
there's a lot I don't know.
Well, 2 things. One, we'll make sure you and these friends of yours are newbies too.
Yes.
Alright, we'll make sure that you guys get set up with food. We're not gonna make newbies pay for things as soon as they get out of the fucking foreign world, you know what I'm saying? Alright. And, the other thing, you're the weird one having wings.
Really?
Yeah, most tiefling I've met, and most tiefling they've met. Most tieflings don't have wings.
Interesting. Are there a lot of tieflings here?
You'll get more of them as you get further up into the town, or into the country, but most of them don't have wings. Actually, did have a fella come by with wings, but he was wearing this kind of helmet and he didn't talk a lot.
Weird traveling folk?
What?
A weird traveling looking man?
Well, he had like blades strapped to his hands and he had a helmet on, so I couldn't really see his face.
That was Lauman, right?
What?
Lauman didn't use weapons. And he didn't wear armor.
No, he
He
never.
just wore his desert robes.
He never gave a name. He wasn't wearing robes neither. He was wearing like armor
Oh.
all over. Freaky looking guy.
So you're...
Well, I promised somebody that I would pick a few things up. She's outside the city.
Oh,
Feel-
alright.
So I was hoping to pick a few things up, and I was going to have a picnic outside the walls.
Colin's a little bit, he's in his questions. You know how it is. We've got to keep us safe from any of them enforcers trying to get in here and kill us all. But I'll get you some food to take out to them, and get you some food for you and your friends here. Any of you staying the night?
Yes, me and this one point down at Bloop were probably planning on staying.
Oh, hello, didn't see you there, sir. Alright, well, a night will cost you silver each for a bed.
Preferably one of your nicer rooms. And also, if we could work out a deal, we're bards.
Oh,
And I do
bards,
the little
eh?
jazz hands.
Well, as you can see, I already got a bard. And he points to the tiefling who's strumming away on the stool.
Yeah, but like, can we figure out a schedule type deal? Like,
They've got
he doesn't play all the time, do they?
They've got an exclusive contract, so if you're,
I'm gonna have to talk to them about
you're gonna have to talk to them about it.
Talk to them about it. What's your name?
Me?
Yeah,
I'm Derek.
Derek. Zigator, nice to meet you. I put my hand out.
You
Not live.
you say that, and he goes, "What?" And he shakes your hand. Well, if you want a room upstairs, silver a night, your first meal's free.
Put a down payment with the gold. Because, like I said...
Holy shit, what kind of fucking...
Yes.
Alright, well, welcome to Rio Gak Day.
Wait,
They are quite good at what they do.
wait, did you say...
What?
Bloop, did you hear that?
What's up? What?
Bloop, I'm, like, smacking Bloop's face right now.
What? Sorry. Folks, stop. What?
You hear what he just said?
No.
Welcome to Rio Gak Day.
Yeah, where'd you think you were?
Honestly, I'm not sure.
Longwind Hamlet?
We came
Oh, I
out
mean,
of...
Longwind Hamlet's in Rio Gak Day. We're the
I'm
first town, and then you gotta get up to the bastion after that.
Oh. Oh. Right.
Right?
Right.
Oh, have there been any other bards or anybody musical come through recently?
Well, we got our exclusive one there, but no, I haven't seen any other. No one's come to me and said that they're a bard beside use lots.
Any pretty boy looking types?
Oh, I mean, there's plenty of pretty boys around if you're looking for them.
No. He would have stuck out. Maybe had a loot with him.
No.
Is this one of the thing I like start pushing another gold over? I'm like, is this one of the
Listen, mate, you can give me all the money you want. I'm answering your question.
Okay.
But I'll take that gold, though, thank you.
Sure. You've been making me laugh.
Alright.
Okay. Bloop.
Yeah, bro.
What is this tiefling's name, Derek?
Oh, that one over there?
Yeah.
That's Matt. Matt Holes.
Matt Holes. But we're gonna have to wait till Matt Holes is finished up, and then are we gonna do the challenge thing? That seemed to work out well last time with Matthias. Are we gonna do the same thing this time?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go post up.
Okay, you guys head over. Who did we
I'm gonna go
lose?
post. Emily just.
A
left.
lurker.
Oh,
Emily.
I didn't even know Emily was here.
No. She was just listening in. But yeah, I want to go post up and watch this Matt Holes.
Alright. You go post up to watch Matt Holes.
I'm
Can't wait to
not
see
staying
Matt
for any
Holes.
performance. I'm gonna scoop up my stuff and head on
Yeah,
back out to Shorgish.
You were brought, there's like two, they give you like a whole thing of bread, like a sizable,
Wait.
loaf of bread. They kind of like package some soup, up, and then they tie a cloth over it, and there's like a hunk of cheese and just a paper bag full of some meat that's been cooked. And they give you all that, and they're like, "All right, well, here, my love. I hope you have a good night. Or if you need a room, come on back. We'll have plenty of them."
Where's Henry?
You don't know.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking.
You look around, you don't see him.
Emma, where's your brother?
Just sort of shrugs. I'm sure he's fine. I mean, he made it through the questions. He made it into the town. Maybe he went with Dale.
You're not concerned about him?
I'm concerned about him, but
He's an adult.
yeah, it's just. But he's.
What am I, his keeper?
He's been taking. I mean, he took care of me for years before I was big enough to do it myself. It's my older brother.
Okay. Just want to make sure. Yeah, I assume you're gonna go back to her.
I agreed to get some stuff for Shorgish. I'm going to go bring it back.
Shorgish.
I'm probably also going to stay out there for the night.
No, understandable. You do what you need to do, Emma.
If you do run into my brother, you can let him know that I'm staying outside the wall for the night.
Agreed. You believe my hand, right?
I believe that something has happened to you, and that's how you see it, but I don't see it, and I don't understand it.
Did you hear what she said about it?
I did. That doesn't really give me any answers, though.
I think something is trying to push through it.
If something is trying to push through it, unless you've decided to invite it, that seems like something you probably should avoid. I don't know how. I don't really know enough about that to really be able to say anything either way, other than to say good luck. You know what I mean?
Do any of your books cover this?
I can look through them.
I can only imagine you're gonna find in an Alara Kara book about that.
Well, I didn't just pack my Alara Kara collection, but I did pack my Alara Kara collection.
Oh, there's a lot of books in there.
There are a lot of books.
Okay. Well, Emma, go on your way. Bloop and I will be here. There will be a room here if you want it.
I'm sure there is.
Yeah, I said that.
She just doesn't say anything to that, just turns and leaves with the bundle.
Women.
Women.
Gortry says that under his breath after you've already left.
Avoiding the perception roll, huh?
Yes.
So, you head out. I assume you just immediately start flying?
Yeah, it's the fastest way to get there.
Okay. Shorgash, what have you been up to in the meantime? It's been like 45 minutes-ish.
Well, if there's a tree nearby, I'll probably park myself at the base of it. And
yeah, there's a tree nearby. You're in the sort of like little market area where farmers are kind of like trading goods and services. And
you see some cat people that haven't been let into the city.
You park next to a tree. You see the guards are still watching you from the wall. And after a little while, Emma descends over it with a basket in her hand.
There we go.
Well, we should probably get things set up then. She starts. She opens up one of the saddlebags and starts digging through and hands you like a folding pole with a string to pull it.
She literally brought her like rich girl fucking picnic set up.
As you start to do that, one of the guards run forward. Is like, "Hey, you can't put a tent up here. You gotta go across the river."
Oh, you got a license for that, Ted?
Oh, you got a license for that, Dick?
Oi, 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 oi,
Oi,
oi.
oi, 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 oi.
We have to go across the river.
Yeah,
Why?
rules. Don't make them.
I just work here.
So you gotta take. You put up a tent, unless you're part of the market and you paid your market dues. You gotta put it up across the river.
Is this the river?
Yeah, it's like just like a little. It's not even a river. It's like
So
a
we're walking
stream.
like 300. We're gonna walk like 300 feet and then put the tent up.
Yeah, basically yes.
Set it up in the middle of the road. And
It's just sort of like
the entire time.
she sort of shrugs and throws the bags over her shoulder and says, "Across the bridge we go then."
Yeah. The guard's like, newbies, and he goes back to the door. But you guys cross the bridge, set up the tent, and all your paraphernalia.
Oh yeah. So I set up like. Do you help me with this at all, or do you just kind of like?
Maybe I'm probably a little confused as to what's happening right now.
Okay, so Emma, with maybe a little bit of help, sets up her 4-person tent. And she sets up her little like folding table and folding chairs inside the common part of her giant tent, and then takes the food thing out, unwraps it, and unpacks it, and invites you to have a seat.
Please step into my office.
Yeah. Okay. Well, as actually, there's a point where I'm like a little suspicious with a look, but then my character's probably quite hungry at this point. So as soon as I see food, I just sit down and just. You won't watch The Simpsons, right?
Yeah, and Emma, from this point forward, Emma will be talking in orc. And she says, "I guess they don't have many orc here. Seems they don't understand that that, at least in my experience, by and large, your people keep your word. Would have been a simple matter just to ask you to give your word not to start any fights in the town, but I guess they just don't understand your people."
Rich girl, like, I've studied Japan.
Oh my goodness.
She hung out at the tavern that all the travelers would come through, so she could try to get stories and meet people. That's where she learned all these languages.
Back when I was traveling across Europe, I experienced so much.
Oh my god, let me tell you about the infrastructure in these European cities.
Yeah, most people don't. So, that was your brother, Henry?
Yes.
You know, no offense, but he seemed a little on the soft side. At least he didn't really seem to really know what he was doing out in the woods, which is why he hired me. Think he might need more bodyguarding?
We could certainly use the help. We're in a strange land. We don't know what the dangers are.
Yeah, exactly. So, I'm kind of looking around. So what's with all this?
Oh, the 10? Unlike my brother, I have, unfortunately, lived a tougher lifestyle. When I don't have to, I don't like to. He's never had to have that kind of experience.
Which is why he needs someone like me.
We're certainly used to being in a place where we understand the rules and we know where to get the help. But here, I mean, we can't just go down the street and find an enforcer. We can't go find legionnaires, and with the exception of you, we can't find, as far as we know, there's no mercenaries here for us either. somebody decides they have a problem with us, well, it's really just us, isn't it? It also kind of includes you. I mean, if these people aren't willing to take your word, I mean, who's to say what kind of reception you'll have in other places here? Traveling with us might also be good for you.
Could be. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm exotic. Find some rich old fucker with like a little tongue and tusking.
What the fuck did you just say?
You're gonna have to work on your woman voice for that one.
Tongue and tusk.
Well, maybe.
Tongue and Tusk is a name of a novel in your bags.
Alright, well.
How did you end up in the forest anyways? I mean, we ended up there because we were escaping what felt like certain death.
I remember I was must have been the last goal I had on drink, and I just kind of woke up there.
That must have been quite the bender.
Well, I had like about 200 gold on me at the time. I woke up, I didn't have any of it, so unless someone searched my pockets.
Well, here's to hoping you spent it all and nobody just walked off with it.
Well, they didn't take any of my shit, so I'm guessing I spent it. Well, so you're looking to hire me?
Well, there's an invitation, at least. Travel in numbers. There's certainly more opportunities for profit while you're alive, and you can learn where the money is to be made. I don't know if you know many of the stories, or if you've heard any of the myths and rumors about where we are. But if there's any indication from what happened here and the stories that I've heard, it's going to be very few places where you're welcome here. And that's unfortunate, but it's also might be a reality. Traveling back through the forest is not something I'm keen to do. It was very dangerous for us. I'm still pretty badly wounded from the time through.
Yeah. Yeah, see, if you don't have, I look at my arm, even don't have 3 people freaking trying to fucking shake you down. Well, I guess, yeah, if I got nothing else to do, so. I guess when you guys leave, I'll be around.
I figured at the very least, spend the night out here. It's not really any accommodations for you. You're welcome to stay in the tent. I know you don't need it, but would you like to enjoy some free hospitality?
Okay, I get the suspicious look again. You know, if you're one of the little tongue types, you don't have to be quiet about it. Just, make an offer.
No. I'm just being friendly with somebody that my brother says helped keep him alive.
Alright.
Family's important to me. This is my gratitude.
Okay then. I guess this is a tip.
If it makes things easier for you, consider it a tip.
Well, I'll go back to gorging myself.
Yeah, Emma will just boil a little water, make herself some tea, pull out. She'll pull out a couple of books and try to see if she can find anything out about anything plainer about that might relate to that hole in the hand.
I don't think you're going to find any of that information in a romance novel.
But she's got a
She didn't
lot
just
of
bring
books.
romance novels.
She brought 109 gold worth of romance novels. That's not the same thing.
And dude, the worst part is, when you said that, I was like, he's avoiding saying the weight. And when Seal picked up the fucking saddle, or when Jeremy picked up the saddlebags, I was like, and you're like, they're fucking heavy. I'm like, I'm not surprised. You said 109 worth. How big are those books?
Yeah, she'll spend a little bit of time trying to go through some of the books that she bought to try to research tieflings, see if there's anything plainer in there that might help out.
Okay. As you're, give me. Skill roll. Knowledge planes. You can roll that with +2. But as your tea approaches being done, Henry appears inside your tent.
You have wonderful timing, Henry.
I know.
She just like reaches into the bag and pulls out another teacup.
He sits down next to you across the table from Shorgesh. Oh, goodness. Busy day. Busy day. Busy day.
This feels like the first time I have been able to just relax since the party.
He smiles at you and puts a hand on your hand.
I'm so glad you're here.
I am so glad to have found you, Emma. I was very
How did
worried
you-
about you.
How did you end up in the forest?
I ran. There. On a horse.
Oh, I'm not entirely sure how I ended up there.
Something
was-
about a tree?
There was a tree, and I remember dryads in a city under siege, and then being in the forest. There was a lot. There was a lot going on. I was very confused.
I understand.
I was very upset. I hope Calder's not dead. I
Henry,
said some very unkind things to him the last time I saw him, and I didn't expect that he was actually going to try to help you. I feel very bad about that.
Henry smiles and he says, I'm sure Calder is just fine.
I
He's
hope
a
so.
resourceful man. I'm sure he'll make it out okay.
I just thought with the things that he was lying about, and maybe that spoke more to his character, but I guess he really was a better man than he tried to let other people see.
Yes. Well, he was intent on helping me, and I'm glad of it. I never would have made it out of there without him. And he gives you a smile. It's a little tight around the eyes. And then he lets go of your hand and goes, well, I owe you 100 gold.
I guess so.
And he takes out his suitcase and he kind of like rifles through it. And he pulls out a sack of gold, counts out 100, and gives it to you.
Apparently, at least just going to the tavern, apparently we have a lot of money here, even if though we just have what's in our pockets.
Well, Emma, this is one of the things. The further you get from population, the less gold there is.
I guess I just never really had a. I haven't really ever seen anything in between, you know?
Yes, I guess. Which is good.
I guess. The way they were talking, it almost felt like maybe having people knowing about the money might not be safe.
Well, there are brigands in every corner of the world. Right, Shogesh?
Done it myself a few times.
Wonderful. See? And he gives you a smile. Now,
Well, if it's simple brigands, then hopefully things won't be too bad.
oh, I'm sure they've got all kinds of worshipper tricks up their sleeves, foul magics and ancient curses and whatnot.
Rory's mother did some kind of prayer.
Yes?
I guess it was just kind of strange to see. I don't know what it. I don't really understand what she was doing. It didn't seem like she was doing anything harmful. She was very grateful. I don't think I've ever really seen that before.
Kind of stop for a second, like what? She like talking like to someone who wasn't there.
Maybe. I honestly, I was not expecting it. I was very surprised, and I think I was just more shocked than anything else that it was. I was watching a prayer, I guess.
You know,
I didn't
That
feel
goddamn-
any magic.
you know that bloke that for the bounty I mentioned before was doing something like that before I put an arrow through his face. Maybe he was a worshiper. Go back to eating.
Henry kind of looks at you, Sorgash, and then looks back at Emma. I've never put much stock in prayer. I'm more of a contracts man.
I kind of raise a cup up. Here.
Yes.
I'm not saying that it's, changed my view of the universe or what I plan to do with my own time or anything. I just thought it was curious and unexpected. I've just never seen it before.
Henry nods. Well, I am very tired. So do you mind if I go to sleep?
Oh, please.
Wonderful.
I'll try to read quietly.
Okay. And he goes to one of the corners of the tent and lays down. Now, your knowledge plane skill check 17. What are you looking for exactly?
I'm trying to look at information that I can find about travel between planes in anything I can figure out about like methodologies at all. So I can give him notes on like, well, this is, information that I found about traveling between planes. I don't know if any of this applies to whatever the fuck is in your hand, but maybe it'll help you understand a little more.
Okay. So as you begin looking through your books, you come to the realization that a lot of information about planes, that like the stuff that you are naturally looking for, you go to the parts of the book, is just not there. Like you read a paragraph and you're like, the next one following this would clearly have this information, but it's just not there. Likely, the knowledge of planes in the Rexall Dominion, at the very least, has been redacted.
Yeah, the books have been censored.
The books have been censored, is the idea you get. But with your 17, you do know someone who seemed to have knowledge of planes that he just kind of handed out carelessly, as if everyone knew it. And that was Captain Shen.
That's true.
Further, possibly the towns in Ryugak Day may have books on the knowledge of planes that aren't redacted.
Yeah, maybe their sensors censor different things if they have sensors.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, I suppose I'll read a couple chapters of some trashy romance novel to
Roll a
relax
D6.
before sleep.
See if you get
Is
the
any
really
of it going to
spicy one.
relate to anything that's been happening with her and the gang?
We'll see. Or sorry, no, roll a d12, not a d6.
Well, it's D35 because you have 35 books in there.
Is that a...
There's a lot more than 35 bucks.
That's a 6? Okay. Okay. You read a story called The Fairy Queen's Consort, which is a story of a mortal man who is chosen by a fairy queen to be her consort, and the challenges they face as they try to bridge the divide between their two societies.
Oh God, no!
It's such an intellectual book.
It's odd to see Sylvan's written in such a positive light. But yes, that's what you read. Going back to Gareth. Your memory of the town is a bit iffy, but eventually you manage to make it back to the Guzgig household.
Hello.
You knock on the door.
Yeah.
Okay, you knock on the door, they open it, and the mother just throws herself around you. Like, the door opens and she explodes out and, like, hugs you.
Oh, yes. Good to see you. Please, I'm a holy man.
She says, "Oh, we're so thankful that you rescued our little Rory from the woods. We thought you were dead months ago."
As well, I did seem to lose track of time, but luckily I met some interesting characters in the woods, and they were a great help to me in finding and turning Rory to you.
Oh, yes, like that.
I'm sure.
That Emma girl. Oh,
Yes.
oh, but look at you. You're all beat up. Come on, come in. We'll get you some soup and some tea.
I would appreciate that. Thank you.
And she, like, hauls you into the kitchen. The kids are still kind of, like, following Rory, but when Rory sees you, she, like, jumps up into your lap. And she starts nattering away. Dale has returned, and he turns and he thanks you for rescuing his daughter.
Of course. It's what any good knight would do.
Good night.
Yes.
And he serves you some stew. Very well done stew. And he's, can I get you anything, like a beer or a mead or something? Wine?
Just water will be fine.
Alright. So humble, these night folk. And he picks up gives you a clay glass of water. Clay cup of water.
Dale, you wouldn't happen to know any shops around would buy secondhand goods off me, would you?
Oh, well, there's the general store in town center. There's the blacksmith. He might take some stuff off you. But what do you need money for? If you need anything, please don't hesitate to ask us.
Oh, I certainly don't want to take money from you fine folk. I just happened to lose my purse during the little minor incident in the forest, but it's fine. Honestly, I was planning on moving on from town pretty soon, so just a few days.
Well, you have to stay here.
Well, if you don't mind, if I wouldn't impose.
Of course not. Of course not. We'll get you all set up right proper.
Yes. Well, I just needed a bit of money to keep Agravane set up in the stables until I'm ready to leave.
Those bloodsuckers down there. Charging a man of your worth.
Is that
well?
Yes.
I can't really blame them. I mean, they're running a business after all.
And that one that there's through the day, she always has the most awful eyes.
Well, they did say some rather lewd things to me while I was there.
Rory from your lab says, "Oh, Liz taught me what that word means, and she said it means like when you're like romantic but bad.
Oh my. From the mouths of babes.
She also taught me what cunt means.
Oh dear.
And you watch Rose flicks her on the ear. It's like, there'll be none of that, miss.
Well, I very much appreciate your hospitality, Dale and family. I will, I suppose I'll return when I've settled things with the stable, and I think I'd like to go and speak with those folks from the forest who helped me return here with Rory.
Oh, well, I led them down to the Old Town Tavern. Most of them. One of the fancy-looking one, he just kind of left at one point. It was weird.
I see. Well, I would like to have a word with them. Once again, thank you for the meal, of course. I suppose if you'll have me, I'll be back soon.
Alrighty. Well, please, anytime. We'll get our spare room ready for you.
Thank you very much, Dale. You're a very kind man.
He shakes your hand, and then you watch as they we'll say a prayer for you while you're on your way out.
I appreciate it.
And you what?
No.
Okay. So you head out. You can just sell your stuff.
Okay. I'm not used to going through a whole scene without saying something stupid.
Good job. Proud of you.
I don't know how to have more than 2. I don't know how to have more than 2 brain cells. What do I do?
But as you as you head out to sell things, the sun begins to set. You think when you arrive at the tavern, it'll probably be dark.
Okay. I'm gonna sell off my small tent. I don't need that shit. Well, it's all I have to sell.
How much is you what?
What?
How much is your small tent worth?
10 gold.
Okay. You go to sell it, and they give you 5 silver coins and a note on paper that says you have 9.5 gold worth stock at this general store.
I see. Interesting. I'm not smart enough to understand these paper bond things.
Well, basically, if you go to any of the other places in town, they'll subtract from this debit, this here paper, and then when you're about to leave town, come back and we'll give you the rest of the money that's left, because we don't carry that much worth on us. You know, it's dangerous.
Gareth's brain looks like it's short-circuiting.
Most of our money is in the temple. When you're ready to leave, bring us this paper, and we'll make sure you get that much money on your way out of town.
Gotcha.
Okay. Gives you 2 thumbs up.
This paper equals money, does it? Money. Paper.
Money.
Okay, I'll go head over to the others.
You watch as the general store manager just kind of shakes their head like, oh god. All brains. All brawn and no brains on that one. But you head to the tavern. Goratrix and Bloop, I assume you've been watching the Matt Holes.
Matt Holes.
Matt Holes plays a full set. They're very good.
I thought you were going to say he is absolutely terrible.
He's very good. He's almost as good as someone else you've met.
No.
But he has red skin, long black hair tied back behind his head. He holds a lute in his lap, and he's wearing kind of fancier clothes, and just playing a little ditty. He doesn't sing, but he just plays, and the crowd seems to appreciate it.
Bloop, you ready?
Sure, pal.
All right. So
You
you.
talk to this guy, or are you playing?
Let's go talk to him first.
So at the end of the set, you approach Matt. He turns up to you with these sparkly blue eyes. Gentlemen, how are you?
Watch. I immediately go, God, you're gorgeous.
Thank you. Appreciate it. He's got a stubble of a beard, kept quite close, and he smiles around it.
Jesus Christ, man. Is he a big guy or like a?
He's actually not that big. He's maybe 5'6", kind of skinny.
You must have people just fawning over you. What are you doing in such a small town?
I got here, recently. It was well, the place I was got a little bit of. It got a little hot, and I had to boogie.
Hmm. You good, bud?
They just kind of looked
Yeah,
at
how
me too.
hot? How hot did it get?
It was.
Matt.
It was so hot that I had to leave.
Oh, yeah?
Anyway, we are passing through ourselves, and we were trying to make a little dosh on the side,
Oh,
And, well, we're bards ourselves.
wow. Bards are impressive. What's that?
Oh.
What's this sense motive for?
Oh, what was the hot place? I feel like I know that hot place. Was it maybe Brendan's hut?
I was there for a small time.
Wait a minute.
Yeah?
Do you happen to know a bard from Brennanstadt?
I certainly do happen to know a bard from Brennanstadt.
Do
Actually,
you happen to be that bard from Brennanstadt?
I was a bard in Brennanstadt for a time, but it got a little too hot.
Oh, I see.
I pull Bloop in and I lean in real close with Bloop.
Listen,
And
this dude is a god, right? Like he's an actual
shut
god.
the fuck up. We're just gonna pretend you're not Matthias. That's the game right now.
Still, we're
Hey,
not- we're-
what's
not yet.
what's Matt short for? He's only got little legs. Ding 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 ding.
We're just gonna pretend this is not who this is, right?
Okay.
This guy looks completely
No,
different.
Bloop, we're talking to him right now. We're in this.
Oh, I thought you pulled me in close.
Yeah, no, I pulled you in close too. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see.
Okay.
We're gonna pretend you're not Matthias, and we don't know who you are.
No, we
but I
don't.
but I am Matthias. People here just call me Matt.
But you don't look the exact same.
Well, yeah. And I look different in all the towns I go to.
Sure.
But I'm always this handsome. Ding 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 ding.
Jesus Christ.
Well, Goratrix is like, Bloop, you can definitely see Goratrix is starting to raise his hand up and wanting to start to undo the wrapping, but he stops himself.
No. Whatever you're doing with your weird hand thing, put it down.
What's going on with your hand?
Don't worry about it.
Um,
Oh, wait, hold on. You might actually know.
wait. I let him. I'm like, can you touch my hand real quick? Can you feel that?
I guess. And he shakes your hand. He's like, well, looks like you got bandages on it.
No. But can you like feel what's underneath them?
Yes.
Hey, take it
Actually, I can.
No, I'm not.
He leans in real close. It's actually, and he gets right up to your ear, a hand.
Okay, well, I take the bandages off and I don't let him look through it. But like, do you? And I do quick flashes. Like, you see a hole? Like,
Yeah. Oh, damn! You got a hole in your hand. Oh, damn! What the hell is that? Give me a fortitude save, please.
Fuck.
Oh, it's coming. It's coming.
Oh damn! What is that?
Rapidly
roll?
approaching.
It's coming.
Is this gonna be something up into the mouth of madness shit or something?
So
Yeah,
you feel something clawing at the hole in your hand, trying to get out, but you manage. It hurts, like a bone-deep hurt that shoots all the way down your arm. But you manage to
bone-hurting
stop
juice.
whatever it is from getting out.
Please put your
I was
hand
just
away.
making a joke.
I quickly wrap it back up.
You got a fucking hole in your hand.
No.
Yeah, it's a long story. I'm gonna be honest. I still don't believe he
Epic.
actually has a hole in his hand.
You have
I
a
don't-
fucking hole to the plains in your hand.
Huh?
Yeah, that's what the tree lady said.
The tree lady, which one? Oh, did you talk to Hordelanus?
Oh yeah, that lady. So you do know her.
Yeah, she doesn't like me. Me and her brother never really got along.
Well, he's dead, so
No.
Yeah, I know he's dead, but which was sad. But like, we never got along. You know, he was always kind of a dick.
It was sad. I watched it happen.
did you?
What?
No. Yes. Fuck. Yes, I watched it happen.
Did you see who did it? Did you see who was there?
I saw who was there, but I didn't see who did it. They were kind of covered up.
Who was there? Who was it? And he like grabs you, and everyone kind of turns as the music that he's been lightly throwing out stops.
I feel like he somehow gets really ugly all of a sudden, like
The-
Bilbo style.
The shadows leave or like deepen around him as he grabs you.
Hey, whoa, man, calm down.
Bloop, bloop. It's okay. I started shaking my ankles.
Okay.
I blink while I'm looking at him.
Okay.
Sending a message.
All right.
So it's just us two.
It's just the two of us.
Just the two of us.
Do you really want to know?
Yes. You can actually hear him. The immediate area around a
Was it, I think
message you can hear.
Oh, was it that immediate area? I thought it was 25.
Those nearby. Oh, you can make a 25 perception
just
check.
did.
Yeah. Did you make it? No.
No.
Okay, so you can't hear.
You got close though. Got close, though.
All right. What are you saying, Zigator?
Zigatora tracks.
Zigatora
Wait,
tracks.
Before you say anything, Gore, how about you guys go over to the corner and I'll go play for a little while. If you don't mind, Matt.
Matt like gets up and drags Zig to the corner, and everyone's like, "Well, what's going on with Matt and the newbie?" Ugh.
So I'll go
Okay,
play.
we're gonna, if we're doing this, we're gonna go to the room.
Okay, he takes you up to his room. Roll
my
performance
goodness.
check.
Bow chicka bow wow.
There you go.
Nice. You do some sick
know what?
fucking flute.
Eric's probably laughing to himself
I
right
look like
now.
Ron Burgundy right now.
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
You're playing fucking AC/DC on that shit.
Straight up jazz flute.
I don't notice Derek. But
Okay.
I know he's laughing to himself right now if he watches this happen.
In the back of my head, I'm
so,
still thinking
Matt-
Matthias is a god.
Matt drags you up to the second floor, like pushes a door open, and as you cross through into this area, you feel the world kind of warp around you as you're dragged through some sort of like semi-physical barrier, and then you're on the inside, and you see that this room is huge.
Mhm.
Like, you look around, you're in a totally different place.
Yeah.
You're in a palace. The sun shines down cheerily. There's chaise longues and like wispy air women carrying grapes around. All over you see people practicing music. And you watch as Matt looks at you. He's like, "What did you say? Who is it?"
Goratrix is wandering in. He loses focus for a second, but snaps back.
Matt, like, has you by the shoulder.
Not. You're probably gonna have to help me with pronunciation, and also not all of them I don't think were necessarily willing.
Okay.
Bonrai?
Bonrig?
Bonrai? Yeah, yes. Taller lady?
She was the... Yeah, okay.
She was the one that was talking to him first, right?
Yes.
Alec? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. They seem to be having a conversation first. It was tense, but also I don't know. Tense but friendly still. Diablo. They came later.
Okay.
Karade.
No, that's not possible. Karade was dead by then.
It was one of the names I heard. It was one of the names given to one of the people there.
But did you see him?
Describe him?
Karade was he was a presence. He would have been he normally appeared shirtless with long red hair, carrying a... Hold on. I have to look. Carrying 2 swords, one in each hand.
What color are they?
The swords?
Mm-hmm.
The sword color? The gray? Gray? Silver? Iron? Is iron a color? He looks over his shoulder and says, "Is iron a color?" And one of those kind of forms of like cloud in the shape of a woman like shrugs and continues on.
Was that a person there? Was that a name? Was that the person of war that they were talking about initially?
That was the person of war that they were talking about initially.
Okay, no, sorry. All the names, they were talking, him and Bonrig were talking about him initially. That was part of their first conversations. One of the other names I recognized was Syad? Syad?
Yeah, he would have been... Okay. Describe the people that you saw, and I will name them.
I described the vision from beginning to end.
So there was Gernelair, Bonrig, Diablo, and this third figure you didn't see. But they threw up, you said a red knife?
Right into his back.
You see he kind of like searches around for a second. He like runs across this like palatial clearing that is somehow in this tiny room. And he starts digging through a bag. And he pulls something out and he runs back towards you. And he holds up a pick for a loot, which is this kind of red jade. And he hands it up and he's like, "Is this color?"
Yeah.
He like sets it down.
It is that color, right?
He's asking you.
Yeah. But, yeah.
He's like, I get you're asking me, but I'm asking you.
Hey, he's asking you. You're the one with the answers.
A god is asking you a question right now.
Yeah.
Pick it up and look at it. Is it the same color as Lost Sarah as well? Or the threads that she burst into.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, this is. The person, the woman at the palace you got lost into. Lost, conveniently enough. She burst into threads this color. I say that as I set the pick down. She went into my friend's compass.
He looks up. You have her compass?
He has it. I don't know where he is, but he has it.
You watch as Matt kind of nods his tiefling face. Okay. Get out.
I feel like Matt can do some kind of like weird hand gesture that just makes him go into the like downstairs somehow.
I'm leaving anyway.
Okay. You walk out through the door. It closes behind you. You walk through that weird bubble again, and you're back on the second floor of the tavern. Gareth, you arrive at the tavern, and you see Bloop doing some sick fucking flute.
Like I'm pelvic thrusting in all kinds of shit right now.
Most tight.
He's doing the fucking Whisper Gwent theme.
But the way he's like moving around and everything is like is the lead guitarist in a hair metal band.
Hell yeah.
Absolutely.
Playing some fucking sick Twisted Sister up there. Yeah. So, Gareth, you enter the tavern. You see Bloop playing the flute. You don't see any of the others. Gareth?
I will, I'll just hang around until the others appear. I'm not going to interrupt his performance, of course. That would be rude.
Do you go to a table?
Sure.
Alright, as you sit down at a table, a figure appears on your right. It's the Bibon from the stable.
Hello?
And that's where we're going to end tonight's session.
Okay.
Boom. Got him.
I'm here for your services, Gareth.
I can't wait for the morning. Emma's gonna have some weird fucking conversations with Shorgish.
Okay.
Shorgish gonna bone.
Who says you're going to make it to the morning?
Do that tusk tonguing.
I did basically rip my own arm off, so
What?
What? Piccolo?
I did a lot of damage to myself.
That's true. Yeah.
Huh. Yeah, you don't have a thing coming out of your hand.
You're right. Instead, I am
Almost dead.
entirely obsessed with a battle axe that may or may not kill me or anybody else. Who knows what it'll do?
Listen, let's not turn this into some kind of pain Olympics.
Listen,